Hello, everybody online. I am Lou. I'm the president of the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm here with 2023 national champion Melissa Townsend. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us, Mel. Mel is also the event coordinator for the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association. So she's a very busy lady and has done a fantastic job getting today's event up and running. How are you feeling, Mel?
Yeah, really good. What a great turnout. Yeah, it's good. We're all running on adrenaline.
Yeah.
The team and every participant, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, the vibe in the room is absolutely amazing. It was lovely actually when we got the competition started. I don't think people online were aware of when we started the competition. We let them to about a minute or so to have a look at the image on the box before we got the competition started, and the noise in the room was pretty incredible. It was like everyone was chattering away, and there was a lot of oohs and ahs at the beautiful colors.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the favorite parts of the comp is when they open the box and see what it's going to be, or open the bag, sorry,
Yeah.
and see the puzzle for the first time. And yeah, there's a lot of cooing and
Yeah.
but it seemed like everyone was very pleased with this puzzle. Nice and bright.
Yeah, I think that was the consensus. So yeah, it's a beautiful, bright um, image. Mel, have you done this puzzle before?
I have, yes.
Okay, how'd you go?
As a team, actually.
Okay, yeah.
So, I think around like mid 30s from memory, maybe 36, 37. That was the
Gosh,
team, the
yeah.
Aussie All Stars. So we'll
Okay.
see. But Jigsaw's Anonymous are doing an incredible job here.
Yeah, they are.
They are just skyrocketing ahead with this one.
So yeah, we're 30 minutes in, and yeah, they've probably done I think about maybe 2/3 of that
Yeah,
puzzle.
over 50% definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's trickier than it looks. The bright colors definitely draw you in, but there's a lot of I guess because it's all string, right? It's knitting and crocheting. So the patterns and the textures are all quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as easy to differentiate between sections of the puzzle as you would think. But the bright
Yeah.
colors help.
And with the bright colors, I suppose there are some repeating areas of the bright colors, aren't there? Like there's a few of those yellow areas, a few of the dark blues. Like it's kind of repeated throughout the puzzle.
It is, yeah. And especially like there's a section through the middle where it's dark blue into green. And you can see kind of that little ball of string towards the bottom of towards us, the right side of the puzzle, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They're very similar when you're building them. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Have
So-
you done this one before?
No, I have not actually. No, it's yeah, it really draws my eye in, and I've not done this one before, so I'll be hoping there's a spare puzzle at the end of the day potentially to take one home.
We'll see.
Is it-
This event's sold
Yeah.
out. Isn't that
Yeah,
crazy?
yeah. We have 120 teams participating
Yeah.
right now.
Amazing turnout
Yeah.
today in Perth.
Yeah, so that's almost 500 people right now puzzling this same puzzle. So yeah, it's spectacular event actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so these guys are doing, yeah, really, really well. How do we think they've sort of divided their duties?
Interestingly, so the two closest to the box don't have access to the pieces essentially. They've got direct access to the puzzle,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm guessing, and this is a guess because I wasn't watching the first little bit, that they might have first separated by colors and then once they put in their sections. But now it's a very kind of pick and placey
Mm-hmm.
place that they're in now. But it will be interesting to see how the two closest to the box do go without being able to access the loose pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So would you have approached this puzzle maybe more with the puzzle in the middle of the table with people around? Is that
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways you could do it. So you could put the puzzle in the middle and have pieces either side.
Mhm.
These guys are not using any sorting boards. I know. Oh, there she is. She's got her hand with pieces on, and the girl's taking them
Yes.
off.
Yeah. Okay.
So essentially, her hand is the sorting board.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so I've noticed these guys are not using sorting boards, but that's
Yep.
obviously another option with teams.
And Sarah
Look
just
at
took it
her.
off that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And you can see a little kind of mutter saying, hey, this is going to go over
Yeah.
there. And
Oh yeah, she's come over.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so pushing those pieces into the bottom of the frame. Yeah. Now it's interesting, isn't it? Just seeing that teamwork. That's fantastic teamwork
It
right
is,
there.
yeah, yeah. Because like you imagine the two closest to the pieces have to be really thoughtful about not just pieces they're putting in, but also what to give their teammates.
Yeah.
But yeah, but the other problem I was going to say is when you have the puzzle in the middle and pieces either side, then you've only got access to 50%. It's still
Yeah.
better than maybe
Yeah.
none, but yeah, I guess I'm sure these guys have trained together a lot. Like I said, they're doing an absolute phenomenal job.
Yeah.
So if this strat works for them, then that's fantastic.
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? Like there's so many different strategies.
Oh my gosh.
Solos, teams, pairs, and there doesn't seem to be this one supreme method. It's
there's no one size fits all, is it? Like there's just everyone has their own style, their own approach. The way they see things is very differently. What catches their eyes is different. So yeah, there's definitely no one way to puzzle or no one way to speed puzzle. In any division really.
Yeah.
Like, and even when you change a puzzle partner, you change your approach because you're adapting to each other. Same like with your teams.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah. And so we're seeing another team here, so Peacemakers, which are obviously taking quite a different approach. They do have all those sorting trays going on, and mostly just so far.
So you can see they've got somebody in that top right,
okay,
building their little sections.
You call those islands, don't you?
Yes, little islands. Yes, yeah. So I'm guessing once they've built an island or two, they'll drop them in. Oh, this guy, top left is also building an island.
Yep. That seems to be maybe the that piece of paper down to the bottom right corner, isn't it, with that lady on it? Yep. Is it a piece of paper? Probably a yep. Yeah, no, it's lovely, yeah, seeing all these different approaches. But yes, the Jigsaw's Anonymous are closing in. It's becoming very, very, that white space is reducing really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Do you have a prediction for time?
Oh, definitely low 40s, I think. I would say maybe 42
Yeah.
for these guys, for Jigsaw's Anonymous.
They're definitely they're on the home straight now, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. That, like I said, that's
really
all
quickly.
pick and place.
Yeah.
There's still a few colours in there, but yeah, they're definitely on the home stretch.
Yeah, so the atmosphere in the room at the moment is just, a lot of chatter, a lot of buzz. There's basically, we've just heard a cheer in the room. Now, that is not the winner of the competition. Don't worry. There is nobody off camera at the moment that has won the state competition. We actually do have a schools division here, which is the Interschool Puzzle Club, which is a partnership that the AJPA is doing this year with having some teams from local schools participate in the competitions. They are doing a different jigsaw puzzle, and they're actually doing the London postcard. So another brightly coloured,
the school teams.
Yeah, so I think that's a secondary school team who just finished that one, and they look pretty stoked with themselves actually. Which is great.
As they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great time for a 500-piece puzzle.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Probably their age, maybe 15, you reckon? 14, 15.
No, kids will fool you these days, Lou.
God.
I would say they're 8 to 12, 8 to 13.
No,
maybe.
they're all in secondary school.
I don't know. I don't
have
know.
to corroborate
Well,
that.
then maybe not. They're taller than me. Which doesn't say much. I'm pretty short.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, well done to them.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So we have 7 teams in the schools division so far. So we have already warned all the competitors in the room that if they do hear a cheer, it may not be that they shouldn't be put off.
We've got Rihanna Erickson, who's part of our team, getting some awesome social content today. So I've just spotted her with her own she's got a few tricks up her sleeve.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, what am I looking at? Mel was like pointing at something to me, and I was like, I don't looking at. That's where I went silent for a second. I was like, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
But no, that's pretty cool. So,
Yeah. So
you
keep
can
your eye on our socials.
Yeah,
Because
that's
there's
gonna be
some good
fun.
little nuggets coming.
Yeah, lots of nuggets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is our third competition for the year, third state competition for the year. So we've had South Australia, Tasmania, and now Western Australia. And this is our biggest event so far this year.
Yes.
They're all sold out though, aren't they?
Yes. And scarily quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've not had any states where they've been kind of trickling in. So
Yeah.
I think we need, I don't know, bigger
Yeah.
venues.
Bigger venues, multi-day events.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
Hey, like
we've got lots of things up.
because we don't like saying no to people. We want
No.
everyone to come. We want everyone to experience this and enjoy. So yeah, I mean, like the wait list is huge for every event, and we so badly want to give everyone a ticket.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are doing our best. If you are on a wait list, we're doing our absolute best to get you in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. We're trying to get bigger venues, more days, more puzzles. It's
More
it's all-
divisions.
more divisions.
Yeah.
It's all happening. And I described it earlier on the stage as a jigsaw puzzling juggernaut, and I really truly believe like that it's just getting bigger and bigger, and there's no stopping it.
No, it's this like we got a tiger by the tail here.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll catch up. It's fantastic. Just the energy. It's
Yeah.
just amazing. It's just such an addictive buzz. This feeling of just doing
It is.
jigsaw puzzles together. It's just great.
And like as a competitor, it was so interesting, like this year, especially being on the volunteer team, and that seeing that adrenaline that kicks in as soon as you're like 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
And I like hearing those words, got like chills up my spine because I'm so used to then that being the cue to be like, you know, here we go, it's on, hands shaking, you know, my nervous system reacts to that.
Yeah.
But now being a volunteer, and I get to watch that happen to everyone in the room, and the energy is just crazy.
And it's an adrenaline that we feel as the organizers as well.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
it's really different.
Because I feel like as the organizer, it's the pinnacle of what we've worked towards for months and months and months, to then get to the point where we're like 3, 2, 1 puzzle, and it's just kind of like, yay, we did it.
Yeah. So we've got Jigsaw's Anonymous come back on the screen. Sorry, everyone must have been freaking out a little bit there. I think we need to move the camera.
Ooh.
So we're coming in for the absolute home stretch.
Yeah,
and I think your prediction of low 40s is pretty close.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
I said 42, so we'll see. Hey, we'll see if they get done in the next minute.
I reckon there's only a minute of puzzling left in it until
well done them. And Peace Seekers are doing good too.
We'll have to pop off to the stage to announce the winners, because that's one of the things that we did announce to the people in the room. But this is exciting.
It is. You can see the horde of people surrounding that table now.
There's a lot of people watching, of furious hands, fast and furious hands.
Oh, good on them.
It's at this point they don't know if there's anyone like really close. There's that
and
moment.
Yes.
Yeah,
isn't that just the most exhilarating part when you've got, and the worst thing would be to get this close and to hear claps, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, and it happens. You can be seconds apart from someone.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, girls.
Here we
You've
go.
got this.
This is amazing. Oh my gosh. It's just gone before our eyes.
Oh,
where's that last piece? Where is it?
Woo! Hey, well done.
Fantastic.
Incredible effort. That was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, they must be feeling so stoked with that result.
Yeah, I think they are. They look pretty happy.
Yes, they do, as they should. And
it's a convincing win as well. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. So we've got these Peace Seekers. I'm wondering if they're the next the next in line, or if we've got someone else who's creeping up on their tail. But
yeah. Yeah, so we'll get that camera kind of roving around and seeing if there are any other close close teams behind. We'll have to get the winners over here and have a little bit of a chat to everyone on the live stream because it'd be great. They look exhausted. It's that moment, isn't it, where you finish a jigsaw puzzle and you feel like you've been like sprinting.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Isn't it? Like the physical effects of speed puzzling.
Yes. Yeah. The complete opposite of the relaxation that most people associate puzzling with.
That's right. Yeah. It's a sprint, not a marathon with these events. Like you're not in it for the long haul. You're in it to just get it done as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, I know. I've heard you say that before, and it is interesting, isn't it? Like some people, I often finish it and I'm like red-faced and I'm a little bit sweaty and I'm like, oh, I'm a bit clammy. My hands are really clammy. There's so much adrenaline going. And
sometimes
feels,
in winter,
a bit out of breath.
Yes. Sometimes in winter, I'll sit down to do a puzzle wearing like a hoodie or a jumper, and I'm like, I know within like as soon as I've flipped half these pieces, I'm going to be needing this jumper off. So I'll just take it off and be cold for the first little bit. Knowing full well that I'll warm up very soon. And even today, right? Like it's a bit of a rainy day here in Perth. So a lot of people, when they first arrived and the hall was empty, they're like, oh, can we have the heaters on? And we're like, just you wait. There'll be 400 people puzzling. It'll warm up. And it has. It's very comfortable in here.
Everyone becomes like a mini furnace.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So for those who are outside the state and are not in what is usually sunny Perth, it is not so sunny Perth today. It's been raining quite constantly for a couple of days, and but I think it's the perfect rainy day.
Perfect puzzling weather.
Yeah.
I love rainy days for puzzling.
Yeah,
because I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I can just stay inside and be cozy.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I've noticed everyone we've seen so far on the live stream have chosen to do their puzzle on one side of the table and have the pieces on the other.
That's very true. Yep.
And I'm so just for those watching at home, the tables are taped down the middle, not for the teams division, but for the solo division that will follow, because I'll be sharing a table with somebody. So that blue line doesn't mean anything for teams for this division. They can use both sides of the table for the whole team.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that's sort of like subconsciously played into their psychology.
Potentially.
Like,
maybe that's something you can ask them.
Yeah.
And just see if that played a part.
Whether that was always intentional or not.
Yeah. Just looking around the room, there's some that have done it in the middle over the tape. But yeah, there's definitely quite a few that have done it on one side. And look, it worked for them, didn't it?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great time for that puzzle, because it is quite a busy puzzle.
It is. And it, like we saw with them, there was quite a bit. Oh, they're doing very well. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
That's it's actually a different team to the name on the screen at the moment. We'll look into getting that correlating. But yeah, they're doing fantastically.
Yes, they are. Oh, here we go. Peace of mind.
Peace of mind. Yeah, we saw them on the screen a little bit earlier.
Doing very well.
They are.
They're on the table right next to Jigsaw's Anonymous, who just won. So they're probably feeling the pressure being next to the winners. Oh, I see. So they've got the other corner of the border up with the girl top right.
Right.
So she can build off that corner rather than having it in. That's a good strategy.
Yep. It's like quite a few sorters of feeding.
Yeah, you can see them sectioned it off.
The girl who's working in the center at the moment, she's working really fast. Like they're kind of like feeding a lot of the puzzle to her.
Oh yeah, she's putting in that border now. They're going to bring it across.
Oh, her fingers are moving.
Oh, look,
pretty
they're creating
fast.
a little valley.
Wow.
Oh, this is what a beautiful moment to see.
Yep, that's awesome. It's like a party in the seas.
Yes, it is. It is. I feel like there should be a dun 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 moment.
Drum roll. Oh, that's a nice feeling. Like that moment when it actually like all comes together and it's like, okay, border's complete. And yeah. Those moments where the puzzle starts coming, like you've got it in sections and you start drawing it together, particularly in a team, we start being able to appreciate the overall size and all the relationships. It's a very satisfying experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you are working in like the islands. So when you've got 4 people working in different sections, when they all come together, yeah, it's such a beautiful feeling. And then you can see what's left, and there's usually not much. It's filling in the gaps.
So, Mel, what would you start with if you are maybe obviously with your experience of doing it in the team? What elements were you drawn to the most, or what did you choose, and what was your sort of strategy for having that component of the puzzle compared to others?
so I, as a team, even as a solo, I would just look for the section that there was that kind of stands out the most and is less likely to be repeated in the puzzle. So I would probably ignore all the knitting because those colors and textures are repeated throughout. But for example, there's that big yellow book on the left-hand side of the puzzle,
Which these guys have not done, but was done.
No, it looks
in
like
the
they've
previous
gathered
one.
some of those pieces. They might be working on that now. But even like there's that pink book down the bottom, there's that yellow note next to it, the black and white photo, like all those things are not really repeated throughout, but they're big enough sections that stand out. And for such a colorful image like this one, the black and white probably would stand out quite a bit. And we've seen a few teams that have started building that one.
Yeah, it's one of that black and white is one of the most unique elements.
Yeah, yeah. And I find writing quite it stands out in the pieces and it comes together quite quickly. Yeah, I think putting writing together is always a good place as well. But you're right. It looks like they've pulled that yellow book, but they've struggled with it and they've just kind of left it a little bit. And it is daunting. I remember even in a team, one of my team members was building it and like, I don't know, few minutes in was like, oh, I can't. Can someone else
Yeah.
take this one from me? Because it does look easy, but it's not
Well, it's
necessarily.
a large section.
It is a large.
I think that's one of the things I find as a challenge with the 1000 is that particularly if you're used to doing 500s and most people are sort of the volume that you're practicing as a solo, of course, is a 500 piece, and you get your eye in for appreciating the scale of that particular piece, and you kind of know that it's going to be okay, it's going to be about 20 pieces or 25 pieces, but you're right, that's a significant chunk of number of pieces to get done in a 1000.
Yeah, it is.
We're probably talking about 100 pieces just
Yeah.
in that there.
Yeah. What about you? Where would you start?
So I'm always drawn to yellow. So the yellow book is absolutely the first thing. But I have, learned a lot from you about strategies in speed puzzling. And, is that the right place to start because of the amount of yellow pieces, even though they're unique? That would be something that I would have to maybe figure out on the fly while I was doing it. But for some reason I'm always drawn to yellows over any color than kind of like aqua in this. But I'm definitely learning from you to coordinate the the idea of color and texture to help discriminate, particularly these multicolored types of puzzles where your eye is just constantly drawn to so many things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like in that yellow book, there is a nice gradient. It's hard to see in this, but the borders of that book are quite orange. So I would probably use that gradient to as much as I could to work in my favor to make it a better option.
We've got a little bit of movement from the team who have just won Jigsaw's Anonymous. So we might try and grab their attention and see if we can get some of them across to come and chat to you guys. So I think that's going to be, yes, I think we're getting a yes from them. So they'll come over and chat soon. Oh, but this is great. We've got Puzzle Naps doing a great job, actually. I think we've probably got neck and neck groups here at 53 minutes. Maybe Puzzle Naps is a little bit ahead. So we'll probably lock the video onto these guys for the next section of the chapter of the competition, because I think these are going to come in very, very closely. and we'll just arrange for the winners to come join us. Nice and close to the mic. Great, excellent. So I have Sarah Colombini joining us from Jigsaw's Anonymous. Welcome,
Thank
Sarah.
you. Hello.
How did you find it?
Actually, it's a tricky puzzle in that it is busy.
Yeah.
But it's actually also a really beautiful puzzle and
Yep.
enjoyable, and you can distinguish the different colors. There's different textures on the walls. So
Yep. Yeah.
so yeah,
Yeah.
busy but doable.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, the biggest congratulations to you and your team. Are you team captain or you don't really
No,
have a
we
team
don't have
captain?
a team
No
captain.
team. It's
No.
very democratic in
Yeah,
your team.
yeah.
Okay.
But we were all we're all fairly blown away with our time. We're
Yeah.
very, very happy.
Yeah. You know, it was very close to Mel and I have been on the live stream since probably about the 30-minute mark. So we were, predicting your time, and Mel pricked very closely. She was like, low 40s, like
Wow.
somewhere around 42. And it was beautiful to watch, actually, because at 36 minutes, there's a decent kind of little bit of white left. And the way you guys just built in on that home stretch was, it was really, really impressive to watch.
Oh, thank you.
So what elements of the puzzle did you take? Oh, we've just got another that
school
was
division.
the schools division taking out, I think, second place.
Yep.
For the schools division. That's good.
Sorry, I missed that question.
What were the elements that you were tasked with, and what was the sort of the overall team strategy?
Team strategy was we'd all start flipping, get the edges out. We had an edge builder, and then Julie was going to take over sorting as much as possible while we were still flipping.
Yep.
And that seemed to work pretty well. Then by the time we were ready to build, two of us started building the actual puzzle.
Yep.
And Julie continued to sort.
Yep.
And Caroline continued to do the edges until she was done, and then she joined in the puzzling. And then
Okay.
when Julie was free, she joined in too. And
Yeah. And we noticed that you were puzzling on one side of the table, close to the box, with the pieces on one side. Was that a deliberate strategy? Is that sort of intentional, or were you? Is that just sort of like how it kind of flowed?
no,
for you
we
guys?
planned.
You planned that, great.
Yeah,
Yep.
because there's nothing that wastes time.
Yep.
Thinking of those things at the last minute.
Yeah.
So we plan to be organised and
Yep. Great. Do you do
yeah.
things the same way every single time?
We try.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you have to have flexibility because you don't know what the puzzle is, or
Yep.
and even with our roles, it just might not work on the
Yes.
day. So
Yep.
there's a
Yep.
lot of flexibility with us. But yeah, we did definitely go in with a game plan.
Yeah, fantastic. And I noticed you didn't use any sorting trays, but there was some clever kind of like human sorting trays going on there, because one of your teammates was picking up pieces, putting them in their hand, having a little bit of a little mutter to you, and then you were picking the piece up and just like putting it bang into where I was like,
Yeah,
no,
it was
I was super
very-
impressed by that.
Very
Yeah.
good communication.
Yeah.
Leonie, she was amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Was that planned, or that was just that?
No,
Okay.
no, that
was
actually just happened.
Great.
We haven't trained with. We've only had 2 sessions. One session with all 4 of us,
Okay.
and one session with 3 of us. So we haven't done much training, and we've done none with sorting trays.
Okay.
None
Yep.
of us are really into using them.
Yeah.
And then this morning, Leonie goes, "Actually, I want something."
Okay.
So she just went and found a piece of cardboard.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
her hand became the sorting tray.
Yeah, that was I thought it was
it worked.
fantastic compromising. Yeah, yeah.
But it was
Big
good. Yeah, she
resourceful.
would just say to me, "Oh, this is your corner, yellow." And
Yep.
so I'd be like, "Yep," and then I knew exactly where to hone in.
Amazing. No, it's fantastic. I love that kind of communication.
We just say, like, Julie and I have puzzled for years together.
Yeah.
And we get quite chaotic almost, and we banter a lot, and
Yes.
and we sort of have a go at each other in a fun way. But Caroline and
like kind of talking smack to each other. Yeah.
and it gets us going. But Caroline and Leonie are so calm and gentle, and it was really lovely having that calm balance on the table that we haven't really experienced before. Yeah,
that's so interesting. That's very yin and yang.
Yeah.
So
we're just chaos.
Oh, we've got another team from the schools division who have just finished. Yeah. Those kids look stoked with themselves.
Yeah. They did a good time, the first team.
Yeah, they were about 36 minutes,
fabulous.
I think.
They'd
Maybe
be happy
38.
with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So have you seen they're doing the London postcard?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So another colourful
because they look easy enough, but again they're trickier than you think.
There's a lot going on. Yeah. I mean, they're such a crowd favourite amongst solo speed puzzlers and pairs speed puzzlers, aren't they? Just in terms of, I think one of the things about the postcards is there's lots of things going on, lots of different patterns, a lot of different colours, but every colour and texture is quite unique.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is in contrast to this one, where you've got a lot of repeating textures with that knitting and repeating colours as well. So did you find that in this particular puzzle with the knitting, with the wool, was that difficult or was it a nice help?
I think at first when you look at the box, you think, oh my gosh, there's all these bits in different places that are the same colour, but actually when you're doing it, they are different textures.
Yeah.
You can see the difference. So you can fairly clearly see that, that bit belongs over there. And the knitted bit, we were just saying, the rainbow knitted part, sort of tricky, but there's such small amounts of each colour, so not too bad.
So the lines kind of come together quite nicely.
Yeah.
It looks like it's probably only like one or two pieces thick, each of those.
Yeah, exactly. So that helps a lot. All the puzzle naps.
Yeah, puzzle napped are closing in.
They've got some good puzzlers.
Oh, they do. It's that frantic moment
so
right now.
We still going for second?
Yeah, this is second.
I'd love them to.
Yeah.
There's some really great teams and that have been working hard. That'd be nice to give them the recognition that they need.
Be just over the 1 hour mark, so which is a fantastic time.
Yeah, we were like, you want an hour. That's so.
Oh, you smashed that.
I know.
That was fantastic. Such a decisive win. Amazing.
We came here on a mission.
Great. Yeah, we completed that mission. Absolutely. These guys are doing really, really well. Just that final pick and place. And P6ers are not far behind. Yeah, I think it's going to, pure chaos.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're pure chaos, not push.
Yeah, sorry. The names just are taking just a little moment to change over on the screen. It's super helpful to have the names on the screen.
I love being able to see who's doing what.
It just relies on our cameramen to update their.
So I believe you chose the puzzle, Lou.
I did.
Good job. Very happy.
Oh, thank you. I have not done it before, so I'm looking forward to being able.
It'll be a lovely, just leisurely one as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Yeah.
And we've had the last couple of years we've had some less favourable puzzles in WA.
Yes.
So I think everyone, although it is not easy, which you don't want it to be easy at a state comp, but it's
you're gonna
it's
get bang for your buck.
People
you
will
can't
love
all
it.
be finishing in 40 minutes.
No.
You paid for a 2-hour ticket.
That's right.
There's some missing piece. Pure chaos is now in chaos.
Check the floor, check the pockets. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, there it is. Yay.
Oh, I'm
amazing.
so pleased for them.
1 hour and 2 minutes. That's
awesome.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. Oh, they were living up to the name.
They'll
right
be
at the end
really,
there.
really excited.
They'll be stoked with that.
But they've never had a trophy before.
Oh, really?
A medal.
Amazing. That's fantastic. Well, on PC, because they're probably going to be our third places, I think. They've still just got a handful to go. They seem quite calm at this point.
I was just going to say, your hands are not moving fast enough. Come on. Where's your panic?
They probably don't even appreciate that they're potentially coming in for third, maybe.
No.
Because we have had a couple of
you
the
hear
schools
cheers.
division.
That's it. You lose track.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was another
Yeah,
school
I
was
wasn't-
finished as
No,
well.
I don't know. I like people to yell nice and loud, so
Yeah.
that's what on our team they said when you said yell loud. I said that's all right. That's my job. I'm good at that.
Yep. Yep.
They'll
No.
know.
This was yeah, quite a contrast to the Teams puzzle that we had in Tasmania, which was
Oh, the building.
photographic and buildings and
Yeah.
yeah. I knew they were going to be quite a contrast. We had varied opinions on the
Yeah.
on the it was a Copenhagen.
See, I thought, I mean, I haven't done that puzzle, but I would have been happy to get that because at least everyone can work on something.
Yep.
You know, you can
Yeah.
divvy it up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, less of a pick and place. But yeah, some, you know, photography, kind of urban landscapes or, you know, wildlife, wilderness landscapes. You know, there's some people love them, and then they're just
Yeah.
not the jam of others.
Yeah.
Something like this, I think this is beautiful Amy Stewart art, and I think even if it's a challenging puzzle for you, it's so pleasing to the
Yeah.
eye that
Yeah.
it's just
You
so
can
hard to
still-
like not be super happy
Yeah.
when you're puzzling this kind of puzzle.
Definitely.
Oh my God, these guys are neck and neck.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it is going to be a
And
race
this is
for
what,
third
when you're
place.
competing, you
Yeah.
have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just constantly waiting for someone to say, well, I'll finish before you. And
Yeah,
you don't know how close everyone is.
absolutely. I don't think I can tell
No.
who's going to be. This is going
See,
to
I
be
would
a
say the left piece seekers,
yeah.
but
Actually, I think you're right.
they've got pieces in their hands,
Oh,
which is deceiving.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the
I
left.
think they've got less
Yeah,
straps.
because I didn't realize that the tray was
Covering.
covering some. Yeah, no, it's going to be peace seekers, but not by much.
No.
Puzzle
I
nap
wonder
to
who they are. I can't see who they actually are.
that's them done. 105. Amazing, fantastic. I reckon these guys are going to come in. They'll be 106.
Yeah.
They'll be less than a minute behind.
I love watching.
Yeah, I know it's mesmerizing, isn't it?
is.
It's quite meditative.
Come on.
They're only like 30 seconds behind. Oh,
Yay!
there we go. Yay.
Oh,
Oh,
I know
they're
who
pretty-
they are.
Oh,
They're my
fabulous. Who are they?
buddies. They come
Yeah.
to my
Your
my-
Calamanda.
yeah, group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tell us
they're
about
good puzzlers.
Can you tell us about your Calamanda group?
Yeah,
Is that-
Jigsaw's Anonymous.
Yep.
We meet once a month on a Thursday evening
Cool.
at the local hotel. We have a designated room, so we're away from everyone. And people come and get dinner and have drinks
Cool.
and come with their friends or come alone and just meet
Yeah.
new people.
Cool.
And mostly we do social evenings and puzzle swaps. And then every now and then we throw in a competition night, which we do a few different styles of competitions. We've actually got one this Thursday.
Okay, cool.
And it's a pairs comp. So for anyone today that
Yeah.
wanted
Oh, great.
It's sad that they missed out on the pairs.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we're going to teams this year. We're having a pairs,
Yeah.
traditional pairs one, identical puzzles. Yeah, so that'll be a fun
Yeah,
one.
I know it's a shame to miss out on pairs this year, and then as a you know the one who had to sort of choose the puzzles and make the call,
Yeah.
it was really down to sort of puzzle availability. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
yeah.
And
I
it's
thought having
okay. I mean, look, we've got a room full of puzzles.
oh
It's a
yeah,
sellout.
and it gives everybody a yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's such an appetite for pairs and teams.
Yeah,
and
definitely. So, it is
um,
good to shake it up and
it
have a
is.
bit of both.
Yeah,
and-
yeah,
yeah.
which is
I'm
really cool.
definitely teams. I find more challenging. You know, just that
Mm.
working with four people
It
working
can be
together.
absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, because I mean, my preference is to puzzle alone.
Yes.
so to puzzle with
With-
four people.
Yeah, with 6 other hands.
yeah, it's there's a lot going on. It's tricky, but I really enjoyed today.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it.
Yeah. No, I think that's a consensus in the room. I think everyone is having a
Yeah.
fantastic time.
Definitely.
Which
Just a
is
lovely
amazing.
buzz.
So we might watch Peace of Mind finish, and
Yep.
then we might take a little bit of a commentary break, and then we will invite some other commentators to come and say a hello to people watching on the live stream, which is yeah. So if people want to get involved with your with the group that you've got on the Thursday nights, Thursday coming, where do you guys meet?
We're at the Calamanda Hotel.
Yep.
And our Facebook page is a good place to find out what's going on.
Cool.
Jigsaw's Anonymous. We're always known as Jax, but we just dropped the K and the S. So
Okay.
we're
Yep.
keeping it simpler.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what we're about. And we sell all of our tickets on Try Booking. So if you just Google Try Booking and Jigsaw Puzzle Calamanda,
cool.
you should find us easily
Yeah,
enough.
fantastic. And how many pairs are you expecting?
We have room for 28 pairs.
Yeah, great.
28 pairs? Yeah, 28 pairs.
Yes, fantastic.
It's nearly all sold, but there are still some tickets available.
Fantastic. So. Amazing. We're trying to get, lots of, I mean, you've obviously very well established in that event. We're actually trying to get a few more of those events going across Melbourne where I'm based. We're trying a new event with a gaming arena, which has traditionally held board games competitions there, and they've heard about just big puzzling and they want a piece of the action.
That's
so it's been great that they've invited us into to use that venue. So hopefully we can get more and more, particularly the that kind of like a speed event, but maybe a little bit more of a social atmosphere. Like have a few drinks, have a bit of food.
Our competitions are like that as well.
Yeah.
People want to win, of course.
Yeah,
but they're definitely more fun than serious.
Yeah.
Which I know a lot of people feel a lot of pressure to come to the States, which is also fun.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you want to take it down a notch, that's
that's. Oh, these are the last pieces for these guys. Where is it? Yay! Oh, they seem pretty stoked.
I've forgotten the young lady's name, but she came second last year in one of the girls on that team.
Yes.
In the individuals. So she's an awesome puzzler.
Yeah. They're a pretty young team, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe some of their sisters are. Yeah. It's fantastic.
They've done very well.
Great. Excellent. All right. Well, we will take a little bit of a break. Oh, if anyone is interested in that Melbourne one, that's called the Twilight Series. So if you do want to come along, I think it's a handful of tickets, like maybe about 5 tickets. So it's a pairs event.
Excellent.
We've got, I think about 50 odd pairs signed up already. So see how that one goes. See if we can make them as successful as the ones that you've been doing for a really long time. So great. All right. We'll take a break and enjoy watching the rest of the race. And we'll be back with you shortly.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, this is Xanthi
And I'm Marcus.
and we just finished the teams one and surprise surprise we came second, which was really exciting,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
unexpected as well.
Yeah, because we didn't come anywhere close previously when we did teams a few years ago. And what did you think of the puzzle, Marcus?
Quite good. It was an Amy Stewart, and Amy Stewart ones tend to be quite, for want of a better word, segmented. They can be broken down into small little sections to work with. And we're just jumping over now. We've got the Cryptic Cats.
Oh, I like that name.
And Anything's Puzzable, which is a brilliant name as well.
I love the team names that've got puns in them. Yeah, they're
but-
very close.
So with the Amy Stewarts, for those who are watching, you can see that you can kind of break down the image in many smaller components.
Oh, and they're finished.
Well done for Anything's Puzzable. Fantastic effort there. Yeah, so you can see actually the way that it's structured. You have various like pamphlets, like the knitting manuals and things like that. You have different sections that can kind of, it's almost like you're doing a bunch of smaller puzzles together, which can really, really help.
I like that it's so super colourful, which is typical of Amy Stewart. But she tends to do really highly detailed. And this one had detail, but it wasn't too much detail, which was great because we could break it up quite well between 4 team members. There's a lot of textures to go with as well. And the hilarious thing is that when we sort of started, we thought, I'm going to work on this, and then when we actually started, we like
Which is appropriate because our team name was Team,
pure chaos.
Pure Chaos.
Yeah, so we were chaotic.
We had a strategy. We immediately threw that strategy out the window and started on
And
something
the last
else.
piece for Cryptic Cats.
Cryptic Cats, well done, Cryptic Cats. Fantastic event at about
Fantastic.
1 hour 31 and 27 seconds or so, I estimate.
Wow, that's great.
So, yeah, that was a fantastic effort. So, well done.
We're really happy with the puzzle that we got today because if we got a landscape photographic one, that would have been
A
really
challenge.
challenging.
Yeah.
We have been practicing since we got back from the Nationals. Marcus and I went to the Nationals in Melbourne last year, and we've been practicing. I formed a team as soon as we got back, and practicing since December, late December, right through until about a week
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. Fairly, almost weekly, if not fortnightly.
Yeah.
And so it was really about getting that dynamic down, knowing kind of your strengths and weaknesses as individuals and also as a team. So it played it quite well.
Yeah, it's really important that you gel together and you don't annoy each other.
Yeah.
You work together well.
Yeah, as long as you don't
Yeah.
murder each other by the end of it. There we go.
Yeah.
So
Otherwise, it's
big cats again.
can be quite quite chaotic otherwise if you haven't really practiced with each other before. So that paid off, and we're quite excited to get second place. So
Yeah, we had the strength. We had one of our participants, Karen, is very, very good with the edges. She's an amazingly fast puzzler. So kind of our default strategy is give her all the outside pieces and let her set up the frame.
yeah,
And-
Karen was our secret weapon, wasn't she?
Yeah, and Vicky contributed. Vicky was working hard away in the corners and stuff like that. So we all kind of have our little focal points, but we do. We'll talk to each other constantly and say, "Hey, have you got any of this?" Or so that's just it. And you can see many people now. You can see the Relisaurs. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that properly. I'm apologize to them if they watch the playback and we got it horribly wrong. They're using the little boards to pass pieces in. So we did similar. So if you've got a whole bunch of pieces on a board, you just pass the whole board to someone else and let them work through it rather than try and hoard all the pieces of a certain color that you might want.
Yeah, when we first started practicing, we were just putting pieces on the table, and that didn't work very well because you had to run around the table trying to get a piece or reaching over people. But you've got them on trays, you can pass the trays around, and you don't have to waste time running around from spot to spot. We did swap places a few times because it's good to get a different perspective on the puzzle, whether you're sitting and then you stand up or you move to the other side. That helps if you're getting stuck. So I see where people are sort of leaving that middle bit, and I think that wasn't our last area, was it? It was getting
It
towards
was
the
more or
end.
less. It was kind of we kind of finished up in the center,
Yeah.
more or less. That was that point where all our hands are intersecting with one another.
Yeah, there is the problem right at the end when everyone's trying to put pieces in and you're all sort of getting
We've all
each
kind of
other's
gravitated
way,
to that same section that everyone was avoiding the
Yeah.
whole time.
one good tip to do is when you get to that point is have a rule of only one hand each person anywhere near the jigsaw puzzle. That just you're not getting in each other's way that way, and everyone's got a clear view of what they're trying to do.
So, Xander,
Yeah.
do you want to briefly plug
Oh
your
yeah,
YouTube and your Instagram?
I've on Instagram you can find me as Into Pieces. That's IN2_pieces. And you can search for my YouTube channel under the same name, or you can find the link on my Instagram profile that will take you to it. I have taken some footage today, and hopefully I will be spending the next week or two splicing it all together and doing a video, and I'll share it up on the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association Facebook page. So hopefully you can check it out. And of course, the association will be having their own video features and things, which will be fun to watch. But yeah, I'm a bit of a learner, so all the tech skills, something that I'm still learning. So
So what she keeps me around for?
it'd be a bit rough and ready, but yeah, better than nothing. And it's something fun to watch back on. So our team did do a time lapse video from above. We brought our rig, so you can see how we put the puzzle together, but really quickly. So it makes us real pros.
There's a bit of a yay in the background there. Not sure where that was, or if it was somebody finishing, or if it was one of the school participants. Got the Dion will have mentioned probably earlier in this that we have the school students taking part, representing their schools. So that could have been a cheer for some of them finishing if they haven't already. Haven't really had a chance to look what's going on down this end very much.
I went past and they looked like they were doing the New York postcard 500 Ravensburger, which I absolutely love. That series is really nice to do. And that one, I think that's one we did in pairs at Nationals last year. And yeah, that one came together beautifully. And I think it's a great puzzle to introduce kids to do.
It has a nice range of colours, but also, for want of a better word, textures.
It's very distinct areas on that one. So yeah, I have to say the lighting in here is pretty good. There's a bit of shadow casting as you're working, but
Not
many
too bad.
problems. Yeah, we had plenty of space to work on. The tables for teams are
some
quite
sections-
generous.
Yeah, and some sections have a bit more natural light because they're closer to the window. So
Yeah.
it's a rainy day here in Perth today, but it's not so overcast and oppressive that there's not some light filtering in.
I was kind of thrilled to discover that our table was lucky 13. So that was
Lucky or
good.
unlucky, depending on your perspective.
I guess so. So now we're at 1 hour and 37 minutes, just over, and we're going to 2 hours. So people still have some time to get theirs finished, and there's definitely some teams that will finish that in
And
that time.
And some are getting quite close now. I
Yeah.
think we're going to see a big spurt in the next 5 to 10 minutes of like one after the other, a domino chain of people all finishing up.
And so they're doing a great job there. They keep on plugging away. And yeah, I can't see the team names of who's on the screen at the moment, but they're doing really well. This is a puzzle that I would do myself at home, and big Amy Stewart fan. So, but I don't actually have this one. I've never done it before. Would have been good if I had, because we practiced on some shockingly hard puzzles, and yeah, we were just really glad we got this one. And you could hear the roar when the people opened the bags and saw it.
Yeah, I think this is as working as a group for practice or for competitive level. I think this has probably been the second fastest we've managed to do.
Yeah.
1,000 pieces. If not, it's really on par in that little cluster. I think we've only ever done one slightly faster, and that was a bit more of a simple image that broke down very easily. So, there we go.
Oh,
Somebody
looks
else
like
has
someone's finished.
So it was not the Russells. I'm not sure who that was. We might be cutting over to them shortly. We'll just see what happens.
Oh yeah, they're doing the 4-way high fives off screen. Always difficult to do. But yeah, I was going to bring my puzzle scoop today and just to move islands around, and I forgot it. But we didn't end up really needing it because
No.
you're the person who was doing a lot off on the side, big islands, and then you were moving them across, and
Yeah,
they held
yeah.
together
They held
pretty
together
fine.
fairly well, which is quite common for Ravensburgers.
Yeah,
They're
it's
quite good.
good quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you can do that.
So we're just about to hit the 1 hour 40 mark. So we're going to the last 20 minutes.
There's a big mixture of people sitting and standing to do these puzzles. I did a mixture of standing and sitting as the mood took me. You're mostly a sitter, aren't you?
Yeah. Sometimes I have sometimes occasional lower back issues, so that's why I tend to which is why passing the trays around works quite well for me.
Yep.
I can't unfortunately stand and just lean over the table like some of the participants. There we go. So there's Jigsaw's Anonymous 2.0.
Uh-huh.
They're coming along quite well.
Oh, look at their progress. It's quite systematic. They've done quite a lot on the top going down.
Yeah.
Like almost like a straight line across there. So that's interesting. That is not how I puzzle. Like the team says, pure chaos. I was
Yeah.
jumping around everywhere. But that's beautiful the way they've done it like that.
They're very neat straight lines almost, as if they've just got
Yeah.
like a printer just going row after another in perfect line delineation.
Yeah, it's like they've gone, okay, I'm going to work on that area and that area alone, and they get the job done, which is great.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Relisaurs are coming into the home stretch there.
Oh, yeah. Many pieces to go. I can't quite see how many they've got left, but
A few more claps
Not
in
many.
the background there. Oh, and I think Relisaurs, they've got a few pieces now that are coming in as like segments. So they're obviously 2 or 3 pieces together. So they're just dropping them in.
the one thing I like to do
Oh,
is
here
just,
we
yeah.
go.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
getting
there you go.
close.
Right, see that angle. One piece left. And they're
There
done.
we go. Well done,
Fantastic.
Relisaurs. 1 hour 41. It was about 36, 37 seconds, I think. So fantastic effort from
Yeah,
them.
that's good work.
The clean sweep across the top, almost like to make sure it's all nice and flat. We've all done that
Yeah.
before. There we go. There's the masterpieces. Oh no, sorry.
back to
A different
Jigsaw's
name. Sorry,
Anonymous.
back to Jigsaw's Anonymous 2.0.
Oh, yeah, 'cause
Apologies.
they got the beautiful straight line there.
Yes.
And the bottom, we can see the bottom now. It's like a beautiful straight
Yeah.
line in the bottom. Yeah, it's almost like they've just got this.
That's like a
middle-
mathematical precision.
yeah. Yeah, very, very organized.
And a couple little gaps here and there, but that's how we all do it, really.
Yeah. That's great work.
The one thing I hope is not going to confuse them, if you look at the bottom edge, you'll see that there's actually there's a blue section on top of the blue tape. So I'm hoping they don't think
Yeah.
they've got a piece in and
I
then
see that.
yeah. Some of the tables you will have noticed have blue lines running down the center. That is a dividing tape in anticipation of the solo event coming up this afternoon. So the tables are divided into halves, but not all the tables are needed for that. So our table wasn't, for instance.
Yeah, our table didn't have the blue tape on it.
Few costumes as well today. We've had some
Misspent youth.
misspent youth. Yes.
That's a good name.
We've got a few costumes here today. One team with a Wizard of Oz theme. There's a team in big cowl costumes before. A few people just have. Oh, there we go. Someone else finished up there. Can't see who or where that was. Just sometimes just elaborate headwear with like giant puzzle pieces that are all shiny. One team in nursing scrubs with puzzle motifs on them.
They had stethoscopes as well.
Oh wow! So yeah, so people make a big effort to come out
Yeah.
to this. You know, there's always that creative element that people go, "Oh, I just want to put my own stamp on it." I mean, Sandy and I we have our own pairs team shirt that we made for the Nationals last year.
In bright orange.
Bright orange. So yeah, if you look at any of the earlier footage, you probably will see us standing out as just these glowing landmarks.
I
Makes it
love
easy
I
to
love
find
that
each other.
that team name, Misspent Youth, because I actually spent my youth puzzling, so probably a lot of people here did as well. Probably puzzled, and then the middle bit of their lives probably didn't puzzle, and then picked it up again as they got older.
Especially in the past few years, I think there's been
Yeah.
that real boost because in the post-COVID environment of
Yeah.
you know, spending a bit more time at home, etc. I think that's where puzzling came back in. Another team has just polished off. Can't see a name for them, but well done. And the rain's coming down outside, so I think everyone's kind of maintaining a presence indoors.
There's quite a lot of spectators around watching
There's
our
a
people
team
who finish
right
as
here in
well.
front of us. They are finishing up soon. One of the volunteers is just gesturing over towards them Someone else at the back there. So like I said, we're coming into this stretch. It's like one after the other. We'll probably start seeing a big chain.
Yeah, thick and fast now.
Yep.
One after another. One thing when I watch speed puzzling races is it's always interesting to see who comes first, second, and third. But I get most excited right at the end when there's like 5 minutes left, and you got teams that have only got like about 10 pieces left, and you're just willing them to finish it in time.
Yeah, and there's that big audience support for those events because everyone
Definitely.
wants them to finish. So
Yep.
I think we watched one of the international ones,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was very much like somebody put in their last piece like at like 1:59, 59.9. No, it was like literally to the very wire, and the crowd went wild for them.
But even if you don't finish in time, that's okay. You
Yep.
gave it your red hot go, and
And you do still get a placing. They will calculate how many pieces you had left over.
yeah,
And there's a bit of an equation there, and they will work out and give you your placing. So it's not that you have to like, oh, well, I didn't finish, so therefore it's just no fun. No, you can still get a placing.
yeah, you still get a ranking, and then you got something to go on the next year to beat.
Yeah.
Beat your own time, beat your own ranking.
Okay, so we are in the last 15 minutes, about to hit the last 14-minute mark. So people are still, playing along. There we go. Some more. That was, I think their team shirt says Papa John's Pizzeria. So, like Sandy said, pun names are the best names ever.
Yeah.
If anyone's a fan of Terry Pratchett, they'll know the classic phrase, a pun is its own reword.
Right. Now the team just finished.
Yep.
High-fiving. Yep. Now the team's still working hard at it.
Yeah. Few people packing theirs up, doing the same thing with the, let's just fold it up and drop it in the box. It's easier. No risk of losing a piece as you pack it up. We did have one piece that was on the floor for us, so we did have a
Oh,
moment
couldn't
of
believe
sheer
that.
panic. Happened to us at nationals as well.
It
we
happened
we
to
got to the end
me,
of the
yeah.
teens one as well. We got to the
Yeah.
end, and we're like, oh no, then it wasn't on the floor. It'd fallen on top of a bag next to our tail. So luckily we slammed it in within the 10-second window that you're allowed. to
At the
drop it.
nationals, at the solos, when I went to open the plastic bag, I accidentally spilt pieces into my lap, and I thought I got them all, and then right at the end was missing one piece, and I found it right next to me. So that was lucky. But we were careful this time opening up the bag. Make sure you do it over the table. Don't do it anywhere near the edge. Be careful.
Yeah.
It's the last thing you want to do is scrabble around like we did.
Yeah. That was
But,
a moment of pure chaos, which was appropriate for our team.
And I think that was a piece that was sort of towards the middle as well. Which
It
is,
was, yeah.
missing a piece in the puzzle is a bit sad, but when it's in the middle, it's worse.
And there's a lot of other events going on today. There is the puzzle swap table.
I
We have-
got some excellent ones, and I put a few down there as well.
Yeah, and there's various vendor tables. So I believe it's Games World.
Games World,
Games
yeah.
World has a store here selling puzzles. and then-
Also with discount prices as well.
Yeah, and some of the other local small groups, they have things like crafty things like, if you want like a bandana or a little pendant or something like with a puzzle motif.
And I think there's official merch.
Yeah, there's official merch as well.
So save on the shipping.
Yeah.
Right here. And we got these fantastic lanyards.
Yes.
They're
So unfortunately, you can't see the lanyards.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, really nice ones. And they have your table number and everything. So you would so rather than have to someone stand there and give you a list, you just scan it on your phone. It tells you where you're going.
We did take them off though, to do the puzzle because when you're leaning over, you don't really want the lanyard.
Yeah,
Get
there's a
in the
few people
way.
and so kind of flip them back over their
you can
shoulder.
do
And it's like,
that.
I just remember to keep swinging forward
Yeah.
and then potentially knocking a piece off the table. That's the last
I
thing.
don't even wear jewelry when I speed puzzle. No necklaces, no rings, no bracelets, that's for sure. And if you've got long hair, it's just like,
Yeah,
definitely
I
please
had a
tie it
haircut
back.
last weekend as well for this very reason because it was like, I don't want my hair hanging down in my face while we're doing this.
Yeah. Oh,
Somebody
got
else?
excited. Someone else
Right,
is
that's
finished.
coming up. So we're in the last, so we're almost at the 1 hour, 1 hour 50. So we're going to the last 10 minutes.
Fantastic. And I love it when I see teams that go, maybe you're not going to finish it in time, but they still go full pelt, trying to get as much done.
Yeah.
Time's up. So that's great to see.
And also a lot of people come today, they enjoy puzzles. But when we say casual puzzling, that's not an insult in the slightest. It's because, people just like taking their time and enjoying doing this. So, that's it. That's your style. You go. You're doing your favorite thing. Doesn't matter how competitive you are if you're enjoying yourself.
That's right. You can enjoy yourself both ways.
Yeah.
Casual puzzling and speed puzzling. Like I do both.
Yeah, it's like if you're a jogger. Some people like, taking part in a race and finding out how fast they can do it. Some people just enjoy getting outside and just going for a run.
I have to say, teams is extremely pleasurable. It's less pressure than when you're doing it solo. You can have a bit more fun. It's a great way to spend a bit of time.
I
with
think
your
solo,
friends.
you can sometimes get inside your own head and you'll be trying to think about where you're placing. You'll hear
Yeah.
other people finishing and it can like throw you off your game. But as a team, it's, the load is shared.
I really hope people here who have come for the first time or done teams for the first time have enjoyed themselves. And we'll come back again.
Yeah.
Because, we'd like to see the hobby grow in Western Australia. I noticed that the competition here in WA is a bit more sort of friendly, and in nationals it was a little bit more competitive, which is
'Cause it's
which
the-
is fine.
Yeah. There's a lot of the best there.
Yeah, yeah. We went along just really for the fun of it.
To be able to say that we did go to the national.
Yeah, we're thinking about going again this year. So but it's great to have this in winter time. It's a nice indoor activity to do. And we actually have a wintry day here in
Yeah,
Perth.
the quintessential winter day.
Excellent for a nice change.
So Jigsaw's Anonymous 2.0 is starting to,
Oh wow, they've done quite
Yeah,
a
yeah. I
lot.
think they'll be. I reckon within the next 2 to 3 minutes.
I think they could do it.
Oh yeah. They'll definitely do it. Yeah, they're in the home stretch now. A few more cheers, and like I say, it's hard to turn out because a lot of people are mingling around, enjoying themselves, having a bit of fun, chatting amongst themselves. And we're seeing a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. I've seen a few
Yeah.
people that I've seen at not just at nationals, but also at other state ones as well. Like they've come like each year, I think that we've been coming. And yeah, people are just socially enjoying themselves, because it's not just a competition, it is a social event as well.
Yeah, and like we said, there's lots of activities to do apart from the races. So it's not just two races. It's an event.
Yeah, and there's puzzle chess.
Yeah,
And what was the name of the other one? It's like a little mini speed trial.
it's like a sprint.
A sprint.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
call it a sprint.
So yeah, I think it's like maybe like 50 pieces, or it's a
Something
very,
like that.
it's a
It's a
very low
small-
number, and it's
small
just how
count.
quickly can
Yeah.
you do this small one? And then the puzzle chess is you versus another person.
I've never done puzzle chess.
Maybe we should give it a try afterwards.
I don't think I'll be very good at it. Maybe against you, I'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, against a stranger might be a bit awkward, but against your partner, you'll be like, yeah, can I beat them?
Yeah, but with the sprint, I'm sort of so. I did it for the first time at nationals. It was fun. I wasn't terribly fast. That's okay. Jigsaw's Anonymous 2.0 is really closing in that middle bit. They've got a few sort of random spots to fill, but yeah, they're getting there. Just that bit of the beanie there, right in the middle. They've got left to go.
Hmm. Yeah, I think. Oh, they've managed to cover up that. Oh, someone else as well in the background there. Jigsaw Anonymous 2.0. They've filled in that one little spot that I was worried about for them. So well done. I'm glad. I was hoping that spot in the big blue
Oh,
wall of
right,
music is
yeah.
what they have filled that one
Oh,
in. So
good.
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 I would have hated for that to have tripped them up at the end.
That reminds me of that one competition, that race we did, and this was at a local library, and it was a very beigey background puzzle, and it was on a beige table.
Table.
So it was really hard
it was
to see
very
what
hard.
you're doing. Yeah. Oh, they've got about 6 minutes to go.
Yep,
I
in the
think
last 6 minutes.
they can do it. Pieces, yeah. One thing I like to do is to have all pieces quite close. If you don't have them on trays, I like to have them sort of in close, not spread out too far, because it's really easy to forget about pieces. And that could be vital pieces to help you progress. So yeah, so you can see them now they're sort of gathering them all together in one spot there, which is good. You're probably less likely to, so even though we managed to do one piece like that somehow.
So, yeah, so we're coming up onto the last 5 minutes now. There's one thing with this one I did notice, because some of the colors do repeat, it can sometimes you'll be going, is it this ball of purple or this ball of purple?
That happened to me with the red.
Yeah.
The red in sort of the two areas in the center and the beanie and that other bit there, I was getting a little bit mixed up a bit with that, but I noticed it sort of morphed into a hot pink as well. So you've got to have a good eye for detail and color, sort of spotting different shades and hues. So if you got that skill, that's
This is that part where everyone's hands start getting in each other's way.
yep.
It can't be avoided, unfortunately. I mean, unless you like started the center and worked your way outwards, which is not going to be a good time for everyone.
No, I think I can do it. I've got
This
5
was
minutes.
a good example of puzzle where I think the majority of people will have started at the edge. We've done ones before where it's a repeated motif around the outside, and we started and worked our way outwards and did the edges last.
I think this is a good one to do
This
the
is
border
a good one to do
first.
border first.
Yeah,
You've got good anchor points to work in with.
and our tactic is also to get your fastest puzzler to do the border first, because once they do it, then you got something to work off. You can attach things off the border and really get going if you need to do that. So we got our secret weapon Karen to do the border, and of course we didn't get all the border pieces at once. I never do.
There's usually one or two that have escaped your glance as you're like sorting your pieces at the start.
Yeah.
And it's like, where are they? And then you find them as you go. But you know, by that time you've usually got 90% or more of the border done. You know exactly where it's going to go.
Yeah.
They're
They're so
really coming
close.
together now.
They've just got that dark blue and that light blue in the beanie in the middle there to do. So close. 3 minutes to go now.
It's worse when you can
Definitely
see
back
where a
into it.
piece
Here we go.
goes and you're like, come on.
Yes.
There we go. So we're into the last 3 minutes.
And last piece.
Well done, Jigsaw's Anonymous 2.0. Fantastic. Well done.
Great to see.
Brilliant effort there.
Do you remember who put in the last piece in ours?
On ours, I think it might have been, it's either me or Vicky, because the piece was on our side of the table and one of us grabbed it,
I think it was Vicky. Yeah, I
Yes,
think
I think it
Vicky
was
is the one
Vicky,
who
yeah.
found the one
Yep.
on the
The missing pieces as well.
This is what I was talking about. They really need to move their pieces in closer so they're not reaching over.
Yeah.
Keeping it a bit closer.
I
easier
noticed
to
that they've,
find.
they've obviously moved it down to one end to work on.
Yeah. Yeah, whereas we had it centered so everyone could have equal sort of access to.
It looks like that one of them might have their phone to use for a visual reference as well. So right,
Oh, that's
because the
interesting.
puzzle did come
With a
with the
poster.
poster sheet,
Yeah.
which is great, especially when you're working team, because it's not like you have the lead trying to either pass it around or having it all pushed up one end. Yeah, so having it on your phone this way is just probably as handy. I mean, as long as you've got a good clear image, then definitely that's another great way to make sure that everyone's got access to the image to see it.
That's how you orientate the box image can vary from people to people. I like it to be side on, and other people like to have it in landscape. So, with the poster, someone can use that instead. And we are getting close to
Yeah,
finishing.
almost in the last minute. We also got, when Sandy and I have practice at home for both pairs stuff, but also teams, we did quite often, I tend to be the upside down one. I find I can work upside down visually, whereas Sandy quite often, she's challenged herself a few times to redo puzzles upside down to see how she goes.
Not too bad with the 1000s, but when I do a 500 solo, I like to do it the right way up.
Yeah. But it's good practice, especially if because if you are going to be moving around, you've got to be able to visually reposition. We're in the last minute now. Okay, we should probably, if we're right around to the end, we should definitely do a little bit of a countdown with everyone.
Yeah.
Come on, missing pieces.
What are people
There
working on?
I'm waiting to hear a lot of like cheers going up in the last few moments. Lou's just getting ready to start the countdown, I think. Just heading up to the stage with the microphone.
Less than half a minute to go.
Yep, 20 seconds in. Everyone's getting up, gearing up, I think. 9, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2. Well done, everybody. Fantastic work.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the individual division of the WA State Jigsaw Puzzle competition. We're nearly 13 minutes in, and you can see some people making incredible progress. So on the left, we've got Leonie Thomas, who was last year's first place winner, and then Zara on the right, who came second place last year.
Both look like they're advancing pretty similar pace at the moment.
Very
don't
similar
they?
pace,
It's going
yes.
to be a really exciting competition.
You know, that's a lot to have done in 13 minutes.
It is.
That's
Yes.
a lot.
That is, yeah, an enormous amount of the puzzle.
Yeah. So I think this puzzle, obviously, it looks like the inside will come together faster than the outside. It looks like there's a lot of repetition in the blues and the greens. So we'll see if they can keep their pace. But yeah, wow, that's so impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, they're neck and neck already. That's
Yeah, they are.
incredible. Yeah, so much. Exactly. Like we think about 3.5 minutes to turn over those pieces. And
Yes.
so it's really about just being
10
the
minutes
10
of
minutes of actual
building.
building. Yeah, pretty. So what do you think about this, Mel, in terms of style of puzzle?
It's very difficult for the rounds. So with the rounds, you kind of have two different image styles. You've got the pizza slices with the colors going around, or you've got this style, which is where it's inside to outside. And this this style is much more difficult, like I said, especially when you get to the end and there's a lot more repetition. And those edges will be quite difficult. So I think anyone who starts with the edges on this one will maybe start slower, but they'll speed up towards the end. So yeah, be interesting to see how we go.
Yeah, it's you're getting a lot of feedback fast at this point in the competition when you're doing one of these sort of inside out puzzles. We're seeing Caitlin.
Caitlin.
She's
Isn't she a
Caitlin is
bit-
a newcomer to the puzzling scene, and I think this is her first Western Australia competition.
I think, yeah, I believe Nationals last year was her first ever.
Ever, yeah.
And she must have enjoyed it because she's come to SA and Tas,
And Tas.
and now it's her home state. But I think she might be ahead.
This is very impressive.
But she must be a fan of the rounds.
She is, yes. So this will be her third round in competition this year. The trifecta, South Australia.
She came
Tasmania.
second in SA.
Yep.
First
in Tasmania.
in Tas.
Yeah, so out of state placing, but in terms of total place getters on the floor of those competitions, she was second and then first. So I bet she's thirsty for a win in her home state.
Oh, and doesn't she just deserve it? Wow.
She's hot competition.
So she's separated her edges too. You'll notice that the other girls who were in a similar
sort of
progression
Yep.
Still have their edges in with their other pieces.
And she is smashing those sort of the biscuity, orange biscuity areas. She smashed those out.
She makes it look
really
easy,
quickly.
doesn't she?
Absolutely. And coming from you, you make it look easy, Mel.
Oh, Caitlin gives me a run for my money. That's for sure.
I reckon there's a bit of competition between the two of you now. So it's amazing.
I'd like to race her on a rectangle.
Oh, yes.
Haven't done that yet, other than nationals.
Yeah.
So, but I hear she's coming to Worlds.
That's going to be so
She's
exciting.
part of our Oz team.
Yeah.
So,
the Australian team is just growing.
isn't it?
Such a good contingent. There's some amazing talent coming out of Australia. You know, we're so young still as a puzzling nation, and already the talent that's coming out is rivaling some of the Northern Hemisphere,
Absolutely.
European and North American countries that have been a little bit more established in their puzzling competitions. So there must be something in the water down here. There's a lot of water around us, so there's a lot of it in there.
Yeah.
This is a delight to watch,
Isn't it? I've actually been looking forward to watching Caitlin because, competing alongside her previously. So this is the first time we've actually got to watch.
And what are you noticing about her style? Is there anything that's like jumping out to you?
So differently to me. I probably wouldn't have sorted the edges on this one.
Okay.
Probably more similar to the girl on the right, Zara, where I would just ignore my edges. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I would, but I think that will help her definitely because now she hasn't got that sea of like any blues she's got left.
Mhm.
She'll know that they're right on the edge, so she can still ignore those.
Yep.
She's doing it similarly where she's pulling like all of one color at a time.
Mhm.
And I noticed that she was pulling a lot of pieces in her sort.
Yep.
Which at this point you would have to, right? Because the yellow goes like full circumference.
Mhm.
It's not just a little section. So how would you tackle this one, Lou?
Yeah. So, I mean, I've done this puzzle before, inside out, and yeah, basically I do exactly what Caitlin's doing, just heaps slower. I mean, to be honest,
I can't believe we're less than 20 minutes and look what she's
that's
done.
incredible. That's absolutely amazing. But no, I would I do find it helpful to pull the edges on these ones where it is a repeating edge. I'm a sort of an intermediate kind of puzzler, I suppose, in terms of the field, and I do find that in this case reducing the visual complexity on my eye, particularly when there's still that blue color in the mix. I actually noticed, I don't know, actually some of, like Caitlin's got quite a few pieces potentially not yet turned over. Like there's that kind of Ravensburger based blue. So
yes.
she's potentially not the most, like turning them over. But I could be mistaken.
That
They
could be
could
nerves. Nerves could have got the
That's
better of
true.
it. I know when I'm flipping in a comp, it's completely different to flipping at home, where
Mhm.
I just need to start building immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit rougher with my
Yeah.
with my flip.
Yeah.
So it could be that. Also, sometimes when you're flipping very quickly, you accidentally turn pieces the wrong way. Do you
Mm.
notice that?
Yes. Yeah. And you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
I just made more work for
Yeah,
myself now.
that's right. Yeah. But see how she's got a few gaps there?
Yeah.
Like you need to, as a puzzler, speed puzzling, you need to be able to ignore gaps
Yes.
and just move on. If
Okay.
you try and look for that one purple piece, that one pink piece, that's actually a detriment. Like that will, you're wasting time. Then you need to just leave the perfectionist in you to just carry on.
Because there's really two options. It's either in the muck that's on the table, or it's actually genuinely missing and is on the floor. And in both of those situations, by moving around the rest of the puzzle, it will turn up in one of those, either of those situations.
And you know what? When it does turn up, you know exactly where it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's like take a mental check of it, see it, move on, say, yep. Rather than, sort of spend time or invest time, or waste time on that. Yeah. Okay, so Leonie Thomas, so our reigning champion. She's
the defender. She's coming in to defend. We can't see her on the live stream, but I can see Sarah Colombi in front of us, and she's doing very well as well.
She's not on camera, but I can,
Yes, she's up to the green. So
in fact, there's a lot of people who are not currently visible on the live stream, but they're all up to that that yellow and blue and green.
Yeah. So if you were to guess what our first place time will be.
Oh gosh. Do you know what? I was going to say this would be 42 minutes. That was my original pick when I was sort of like thinking about this jigsaw puzzle as an option. I don't know. It might be faster than that.
It might be sub 40.
I would be shocked. But I really think
I think they might have it in, and we've got some fast puzzles here.
Yeah. I mean, I do know that outer ring is going to slow everyone down, but that's 42 minutes is 20 minutes from now. Yeah. That's I think it's going to be a sub 40. So I think my prediction before today is going to be completely off.
Yeah.
This is one of the more sort of intermediate challenge ones of the rounds because of that sort of repeating edge, similar to the pokeball that we used for pairs in South Australia, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, not the wedge, but even of the inside out, it's one of the slightly more challenging ones.
Yeah, it is.
There are a few repeating kind of elements, those wafers and the. What do you
So
call them?
Leonie's also separated her edges, we can see, whereas Sarah has not. So it is
Mhm.
different. They've done it a little differently. Sarah's doing extremely well. So is
Yeah.
Leonie. I think it might be a photo finish. They're so on par.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're doing so well.
Sarah's got a very clean working space around her at the moment,
doesn't she? Yes.
In contrast to Leonie, where the pieces are sort of more
they're all the way
spread
around.
out.
Yeah.
We've got a few fan clubs in front of us who are having a little bit of a chat to us in the commentary box. So just know that on the floor there's a lot of love for these puzzles, as well as you guys online. So thanks for joining in.
Yeah. Definitely much quieter in here with solos than teams.
Oh, isn't it? This morning it was this constant. I was about to say low level hum. I would say it's a high level hum of all the action that was going on.
Yeah.
It's always interesting with the solos because everyone is so in the zone, even right from the very beginning. The nervous energy that translates into lots of chatter in teams just gets like completely internalized in the solos, and everyone's just like going in their own
And it's
space in their zone.
It's very interesting you say it like that, because it's not that nervous energy isn't there, but you're right, it's not expressed. Whereas when you're in a team or a pair, you can express it to your team, like when you get stuck, when you're on a roll, but when you're solo, it's all internal. It's not that those feelings and nerves are probably there tenfold, right? But it is. It's all happening under the surface. So,
and that's such an interesting thing with puzzling, because I mean, I always find I'm a better puzzler in a pair. And I think really what that probably is speaking to is that the way that I manage my nerves in a pairs is that, I've got that ability to express to my pairs partner and that feedback, and then just getting it out and like managing it probably allows you to kind of progress through the speed challenge that's before you and to be able to continue. And I think that's why, while practicing puzzles at home, it's still, there's so much to be learned as individuals. But here at a competition in person, how you manage that nervousness, that energy as a puzzler, I think is one of the things that sets people apart. And you're obviously our 2023 champion, and you've also won other competitions, and it's you must be a superstar at that. So
I think it's something that in any sport where you're competing at this level, like managing your mental state during that competition, like, is so important. And it's because puzzling is a new sport, and it's almost like you don't feel like it doesn't feel like sorry, just got distracted.
because it doesn't feel like it should be an adrenaline hit, but it kind of is.
Like it doesn't feel like the mental space. It's just physical speed, I guess. And I think because it's a new sport, some speed puzzlers, might refrain from calling us like athletes or whatever. So, but I definitely feel like it's just something that like anyone in an elite sport would feel.
Well, it's all about it's performance. It's elite performance.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Managing
This is such an interesting race. Look at Sarah go and Caitlin go, and they're on slightly different components of the puzzle, But Sarah's done that.
Sarah's finished the yellow.
Yeah. And
Caitlin's
she's
still
done that sort of area of the
green?
green that goes out to that border. That's obviously very distinctive. It'll be interesting to see when that emerges for Caitlin. So it's a slightly different green. It's more that kind of all the others are a bit more of a lime green, whereas that's kind of like a light emerald green. She's
Yes.
obviously gone for that because it stands out.
Yeah.
Caitlin hasn't yet either
I rec-
recognised it because those pieces are still in.
I reckon it might be mint chocolate ice cream.
Is it?
I think it might be because I can see the little chocolate chips in it.
Yeah. There we go. It's mint. Colour mint.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. There is a colour difference there for sure.
Colour and texture. See, I'm getting good.
Yep.
You've been teaching me things.
Yep. Colour, texture, and detail. That's all it is.
You did a fantastic workshop that I attended, and yeah, I learnt so much from that. It's really remarkable learning not only from you but all the information that's been shared across the jigsaw puzzling community, like across the world. I'm really, really enjoying as people discover these new ways of analysing your performance and thinking about strategy and trialing out different ways, and people are, that's translating into personal improvement, but also how that's now translating into sharing of information. So like, champions like yourself, doing workshops and giving tips and tricks to beginner puzzlers, intermediate puzzlers, all the YouTube channels and videos that we're seeing from some of our world champions is really cool.
You're right. Like 2 years ago, there were no resources out there to know how to improve because either people were, there was definitely fast puzzlers back then, but maybe they weren't as willing to share, or maybe the demand for that information wasn't really known. But now you're right. Like there's a number of people who are very willing to share that information and knowledge and training techniques. So
and all of that continues to kind of raise the field for everyone.
Raise the field, and there's such a hunger for it. Like people are so willing to improve, and even if it's not to win, even if that's not the expectation, but just to improve, right? Like the thing with speed puzzling is it's you might get your first time under 2 hours, and what a milestone, and then you break an hour 30, and then you break an hour. Like it's just the best feeling.
Yeah, there's always a personal achievement to be made.
Yeah,
regardless of irrespective
your level,
the place getters and your level.
Like even where I'm at now with my puzzling, and I have spent a lot of time in training and being very competitive. But even now, this is what I love about it. There's always something new to learn. I feel like I have not reached the limit. And when I see other people's times improve dramatically, I'm so inspired because I feel like they've broken through the next barrier that I'm like on the verge of.
Yeah.
People who get, I've got sub 30 once at home on a puzzle I've done a million times. But people are getting sub 30s on a first time. And I'm like, there's always the next level. And it is very
incredible.
Yeah.
You said something there that I think will resonate with a lot of people who've been maybe puzzling just for, even if you're at the beginning, but for maybe a year or two. It's that feeling of like breaking through a mental barrier to be like, oh my gosh, I get it. And whether that's the way that you're using your space on the table, or whether you start looking at an image in a different way, or you start recognizing a detail that's never really stood out for you, that kind of that translation into suddenly being like, oh my gosh, I was consistently an hour 30, and now I'm kind of consistently an hour 15.
And it's a mental tweak. You're right. Like a lot of the time it's not physical speed, it's a mental tweak. So you just see colors slightly differently, or you might, like you said before, you pay more attention to textures than you ever have. And suddenly like there's so many things that can tweak. Just the slightest mental tweak can really advance your times.
And when one of the things I am finding really interesting as that kind of thing happens to me personally and others who I've spoken to, it affects almost your perception of time. You end up doing a puzzle and you kind of think, oh, I might do this around 1:10, and then you look up and you finish, you press stop on your timer at home. You're like, what was that? 59 minutes?
Yeah.
Where did the time go?
Yeah.
And I think it's just because the processing that's going on in your mind, just, you're getting into that complete flow state. And
Your brain's working so, like, that's
Yeah.
just something I say to people that are not puzzles at all. Like, do you know how fast your brain has to think to make all those connections, shape connections, color connections, lines, patterns? Like, your brain is processing so much information and feeding that information to your hands so they can move as fast as they can. Like, the power of the mind in puzzling is crazy.
yeah.
And that's why it's such a good, like, literally a brain training exercise,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, the neuroplasticity that, I mean, somebody needs to do a PhD in looking at, like,
Yeah.
kind of the effects of puzzling on our
Well,
mental
I
abilities
don't know.
and other areas of our lives. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's going to be, I think it's going to be
I-
huge.
I get asked quite a bit. They're like, so how does, like, being really good at puzzle, how does that affect other areas of your life? I'm like, I don't know. But I also get, like, you must have a really high IQ. And I'm like, I also don't know. I don't know the last time I did an IQ test, but it's very interesting that it does have that perception that it's
Yeah.
there's a level of,
There's it's that like the perception that doing the puzzle is like it's an intellectual exercise. I mean, it's obviously very visuospatial, and how does that translate into the type of profession that people might choose? Or I mean, I can't seem to find a pattern. People just seem to do so many different, like, professions and walks of life that doesn't seem to be a predictable. I originally thought, I was like, maybe we've got heaps of engineers, but I don't think we do. I think we've just got a whole lot of people from all different kind of careers.
It's such an inclusive group of it, like, as in the sport, I guess, the hobby of puzzling is so inclusive. It's not, it's age agnostic, it's profession agnostic, but there's just so many people, and, like, even to just enjoy it. But I do think with puzzling, it's a love-hate, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've got two sisters. I've always loved puzzling ever since I was a child. My sisters, both of them, can't stand it. Will not sit down and puzzle ever.
Yeah. That's like, my brother and mum just, I talk about puzzles and they just, I mean, they love the support. Just like, no, they're not going to do one. My dad absolutely loved it. And you're right. It's a love-hate. Yeah. Mind you, even though individuals you come across who might not love a puzzle themselves, they still love the concept of speed puzzling. And that moment where everyone's eyes light up and they're like, is speed puzzling a thing? You mean you had a beautiful story of one of the staff members who were assisting us yesterday. Do you want to tell that story?
Yeah, I do actually. So we had a maintenance request for the venue that we're using at the moment, and the maintenance guy came in. He goes, "Oh, so what's this about?" And I told him it was a jigsaw puzzle race, and he said, "How does that work?" I said, "Well, everyone gets the same puzzle, and it's first to finish wins." And he goes, "How many pieces?" And I said, 500. And he goes, "How many days does the event go for?" I said, "No, they get 2 hours to do it." He's like, "What?" Sorry, it's 2.5.
His mind.
Yes, blew his mind. He honestly thought it would take days for this event to run.
I love those moments.
I do. I love it too.
So many people just discovering it, and
and you know what? I've never had a negative reception. Whenever I
No.
tell people I'm a puzzler, speed puzzler, or I compete, they're like, "Wow, that's even if they hate puzzle, right? They're always like, wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
How does it work? Tell me more." Like,
Yeah.
I've never had anyone be like completely disinterested.
No, absolutely. There's a reverence and respect for the talent that must, go into it. And Yeah, it's so lovely.
Mm,
I
it
always
is.
use this word wholesome because it's just it's so lovely for so many people, whether you can do it or
is.
not.
Yeah, it is.
Wow, Sarah is
She's
flying.
flying. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it just be amazing for her? Has she won before?
I don't think she has.
Oh,
So Sarah, for those who are not aware, is actually the Western Australia state representative. So she's definitely, she's deep in the puzzling world in terms of active duties for the AJPA. But she's also just recently stepped down as events coordinator, and Mel has stepped into her big shoes. And Mel, you're doing an amazing job.
Oh,
But
thank you.
yeah, Sarah
yeah,
did
like
an
you
amazing
said, they're big
job.
shoes to fill.
And but yeah, pretty much every competition over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, 2.5 years in AJPA have been mostly at the hands of Sarah, who is lying ahead on your screen right now. So this is her time to shine,
Oh my gosh.
because this is properly her first competition where she's just gone to sleep, not worried about the
Yeah.
venue or anything. She's just had to focus on her puzzling.
Yeah.
So,
So I just had a
it's
look. She's gotten top 5 the last 3 years,
amazing. Yep.
but she might be on track to take it.
Wow.
Oh, wouldn't that just be amazing?
And,
And she took out first place in teams.
Yes.
She could get the clean sweep.
Gosh. I don't think she has a clue right
No,
now.
and
that
this
she's-
is something
yeah.
about jigsaw puzzle competitions. Like if you're running a race, you can kind of get a gauge. Like, you know if you're coming first in a race
Yes.
because
yeah.
you can't see anyone
can
running
see-
in front of
yeah,
you.
Yeah.
And same thing, if you're coming 5th, 6th, 10th in a race, you can know because there's people in front of you.
Yeah.
Jigsaw puzzles, completely different. You have no idea where your competitors are at. So at
Yeah.
any point, like Sarah, I'm sure right now is freaking out,
Yes.
thinking like
that someone's
that
just
someone-
about to pip her at the post.
she's going to hear claps any second.
Yeah.
And it'll shock her nerves when she doesn't.
I know.
And Caitlin's doing a massive job as well. Like she's definitely, there's a few really, really hot on the tail. But
yeah.
yeah, isn't that interesting about this sport
Yeah.
that you
So unique.
you have no idea.
Yeah.
And,
And-
if you,
and-
and if
and
you
it's
stop
real-
to check, it's only a
Yeah.
detriment to you. So
Yeah.
don't just keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, it's really true. There's not a lot of sports like that. There's a lot of sports where it comes down to your individual time, but those individual times happening in parallel where you're unaware of what actually is happening around you, yeah, very rare.
Yeah.
Very rare. So we can see, so Sarah's table is directly in front of where we're sitting in the commentary box, and there is a big crowd.
There is a
starting to gather.
sea of yellow vests. Everyone's
And
watching.
Caitlin is not far away from her. She's sort of on the next table, but basically 3 people across. Is
Yeah.
that- Yeah. So they are both probably just out of each other's peripheral vision. So
Sarah,
they
I reckon
wouldn't
Sarah's
have-
been standing for 20 minutes.
I think she has. I think she. Hey, my prediction was 42. I don't think it's going to be 42, but it's not going to be far off.
It's not going to be. Wait, did I guess 42 for teams? And
You did.
I
Yeah.
think it was 42 or 43.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you even imagine if we both guessed correct?
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Oh my God.
She might even do 42. I don't know.
I think
That's
she will.
That's still a minute and 40 seconds
I think she will. They are
left to until
She's
we.
not- but she must be nervous. The people around her, she must be able to see them in her peripheral.
And they're all in high vis vests as well.
Yes.
So she can definitely see them. Just keep narrow blinkers on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Head down, girl. Keep
Yeah,
going.
keep
You've got
going.
this.
Hopefully she hasn't been able to hear us. We're speaking. One of the reasons why we're speaking a little bit quietly is just because we are quite close to some of these fast puzzlers tables. So, yes, the hushed dulcet tones of us.
Yes. And it was a lot easier in teams
Yes, it was. Oh,
because there was.
yeah.
that-
We
the-
had to
the
yell.
murmur.
We had to yell into the mic almost at teams.
Yeah, I had to get Jason to turn up my headset
Yeah,
because I was
I
like,
couldn't
I
hear.
can't hear. But this is perfect. Oh,
Wow. Okay. So if she can get 10 pieces in the next 45 seconds, which
Oh,
is
she's so
probably
nervous,
hard.
girl.
She's so nervous. This is incredible.
honestly. I'm going
This
to
is
take a
going to be
photo.
this is going to be an
technology.
incredible reward for somebody who has given so much to the AJPA over these last few years, and I think there are going to be some really big celebrations when she comes in with this. It's quiet as anything. Oh my goodness.
Come on, girl. Come
Oh my
on,
God,
girl.
she's going to get. She's come in. That's amazing. 42.55.
Oh
Look at
my
her beautiful face. on
gosh.
screen.
Well deserved, isn't it?
She's She is burst into tears, and I'm actually crying. Oh my goodness.
Oh, what an
Oh, that's so
achievement.
wonderful. Oh my goodness. I'm crying as well.
Oh my
You're crying.
gosh.
You've got like,
Yeah, I got a little
oh, look
tear.
at her.
She earned that. The shaking hand. Oh, haven't we been there though? Like,
Well, you
the
have. I
relief.
haven't. That's incredible. Oh my gosh, the rush of energy and adrenaline right now.
Wow.
It's just incredible. Absolutely. Oh,
Well done.
I think she's having a little bit of a, yeah. I don't know. She doesn't know what to do with herself
No,
right now.
I think she's in disbelief.
Amazing. I know. Oh, that's incredible. Wonderful. Well, yeah, she's had
Yeah.
in the last minute or two, she's had a ton of hugs. So all of
Yeah.
those, she went straight off camera. But yeah, tears are streaming down the face and lots of hugs. She's
So-
getting a photo now with tears. I think she's shaking.
So we officially have our WA
Yeah.
state champion.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Wonderful. And I think, and Caitlin is just, hot on her tail. Like, it's
So yeah,
really,
we've got
really-
Leonie and Caitlin. Caitlin's definitely hot on her tail. Leonie's interesting, kind of interesting approach where she's put some of the edges together that got the green in, so then she can try and close in between.
Yeah.
Which, like, to be honest, if I was getting stuck on that green, I would do exactly what she's doing
Okay.
there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she sort of, and I imagine she'll probably twist the puzzle around to the next green section, or maybe move those pieces to. Yeah, I think she's making great progress, but she's sort of taking more of like a sort of slower, steady approach right now. Caitlin's definitely moving fast, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's still seeing a lot
Yeah.
of detail there.
Yeah. So she's filling in those I guess the blue ice cream scoops.
Mhm.
They kind of look like.
Yeah.
Whereas Leonie hasn't got to the blue yet. It looks like she's still focusing on those green bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
You're right though. That chocolate mint. It looks like there's only one of those, whereas
Yeah.
everything else is kind of repeated.
Yeah.
But that one scoop, and I think that really helps Sarah having that in early.
Yes. Yeah. And I think she went for that, and she must have felt a great deal of confidence in that because
Because it took her to
while
the edge.
it did. Took her to the, so she was like, I know where this puzzle finishes now.
Yes.
And I think she figured that out, and then she was able to approach all the other scoops in a sort of a similar way until she got to those unique, less unique, more repeating colours and patterns.
So should we invite the champ on to tell us
I
how
think
she
we
feels?
absolutely should. Well, I'm going to step out because I think we should have one champion talking to another champion. And so I'm definitely going to be a third wheel here. So so I will just step out and I will drag her into the commentary box.
Okay, yes,
And
I
I
would
hope
love
you
to chat
guys
to it.
enjoy the chat that's about to come up. So
Thank you, Lee.
thanks, guys.
Okay. Lee's going to get Sarah. We can capture all that emotion in our live stream. Commentator.
I hear you want my tears.
I do. I want to know. I want to capture this emotional moment.
I'm always the bridesmaid in individuals.
I looked it up. So you've been top. You got second place. You've gotten fourth place. You've gotten third place, and today you're our
Today's my day.
you're our state champion. Well done.
you.
It is so deserved,
Thank
Sarah.
you.
Have you just ramped up your training?
I have, and I have you to thank for this, Melissa, because Melissa's taken over my job as event coordinator, which has freed up some time.
Oh,
for
you're
me.
welcome.
So yeah, I've been training incredibly hard. I'm not sure if I can keep this
It sh-
stamina up for much longer, but at least it got me through for
It
today.
got you, man. Like you've done incredibly well.
Thank
How did you find it?
I was just saying to someone else, it is. I found it to be actually quite a dream puzzle for me, so that helped as well as the training. I quite enjoy the round puzzles, but this one it was so structured.
Yeah.
You know, I am someone who looks at the box quite a lot, and I didn't even need to really look at the box today, which saves you so
Amazing.
much
It
time.
does, yeah.
Yeah, I just found that it was it flowed really smoothly for me.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got Caitlin just about to
Oh,
finish.
good.
and
She was
stuff.
my main competition
Yeah,
today. I
she's
I
fast
thought
at the rounds.
she's fabulous. Yay, Caitlin.
Well done. Done, Caitlin. Yeah, she's very, very strong at the round puzzles. So
She is, and just so new to speed puzzling in
know,
general.
she's
She's one
taken
to
it by
watch.
storm.
Yeah, because she'll only get better and better with
Yeah.
the experience and practice.
yeah.
And this is Leonie, last year's state champion.
Mhm.
She's another awesome puzzler.
There was quite a while there where you guys were neck and neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at Zara, who I was
Oh,
next to,
yeah.
who came second last year. And a few times I had a little glance and I was like, oh, yeah, we're really close.
Yeah. Probably the first 20 minutes, there was about 4 of you, or 3 of you at least, like very, very similar. I was like, oh, this is going to be tight. But
Yeah.
what we observed anyway, I'd love to get your feedback on this. Lou and I were commenting saying that having the mint chocolate chip ice cream bubble, if that's what it was.
Yeah, that stood out to me, that colour.
Yeah.
It was the only one of that colour.
Yeah. Whereas everything else is quite a bit of repetition.
Yeah.
But you had that in early, and I think that really helped you because as soon as you reach the edge, it's
Yeah.
like you had a framework.
It's a home run, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes, yes. And
That's
I feel
how
like
it feels.
because you entered that home run state earlier, having that edge bit in. like,
Yeah, it does help at the end if you're leaving all that to the end. Yeah, then
yeah.
a lot of similar with the edge. I
Yeah.
just wouldn't have wanted to do that edge to start with.
No,
I think
no.
that would have been disaster.
It would have been detrimental for sure. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure, like everyone we've seen on the live stream has gone inside out. I'm not sure how
I
many out
wondered
there had
actually.
done outside
Yeah,
in. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it'd be very interesting.
beautiful puzzle.
It is. Are you happy to own it now?
Oh, very happy. Yeah.
Were you
yeah.
expecting a round?
Well, there was a lot of talk about it possibly being around. So I have been, I don't have many round puzzles and not many Ravensburg ones, but I just, that style in other brands
Yeah.
practicing helps as well. I love the round puzzles.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I thought there's a chance.
Yeah.
But then just because the last 2 had it doesn't mean.
No, it does not mean it. Yep.
So you wouldn't want to put all your eggs in that basket.
Absolutely not. And I find with the rounds, probably the biggest difference between a round puzzle and a rectangle puzzle is space management. So, because the rectangles, if you're so used to training, you knowing exactly how much space on your desk the rectangle
It's
takes
a
up.
totally different style, isn't it?
It is. And therefore, like I find if you start with the edges on a round, it takes up way more space on your table.
Yeah, yeah,
So working from inside out, especially on a puzzle like this,
yeah,
probably really help with your space management.
yeah.
Mm.
I'm just
What was the
loving it.
hardest part?
I think the mint leaves were quite tricky.
Okay. Can you point them out on the live stream here? It's hard for us to.
So there's all around the outside, there's
Oh,
mint leaves.
Right. Oh, yes, I see them. Yes,
Yeah.
like the darker leaves in between the
Yeah,
scoops.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's quite a few. That's probably the thing that there's the most of. So that
Yeah.
would have been and the green. Oh, no, actually no, the olivey sort of green ice cream was a bit tricky because there was a couple of
Yeah.
them that are very similar. But the blue, to be honest, because you got the blue ice cream and the blue border, it's like kind of all blended in a little bit.
Yeah.
I was on a mission.
Oh, you. Like, we had front row seats until the horde of volunteers. We couldn't see you anymore. We had to go off to this is a better view anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah. What about your hands? Were they shaking? When you were,
Yeah. Especially towards the end, because you just, like I was saying earlier, you don't know how close the person is
Yeah.
coming second behind you, or
No. Lou and I were saying that's actually a very unique element for speed puzzling as opposed to other sport races.
when you can see exactly what's going on.
Exactly. So if you're in a running race, you know if you're 10th because you can see people in front of you, or you know if you're first because there's no one in front of you. In puzzling, you have
no idea.
especially when you're in a room. We've got 150-ish solo puzzlers right now. You don't know where anyone else is at on their puzzle.
Yeah.
And because you might build differently, build different sections, even if you're on the live stream side by side, it's still not always easiest to tell like who's in the lead if maybe you've gone faster on certain sections but you slow down on other sections.
Exactly.
So yeah, it is it's pretty unique to puzzling in that sense. But yeah, I know the adrenaline when you get to the point where you've got maybe 30, 40 pieces left and you haven't heard any claps and you're just like,
shut up everyone, shut up everyone, no one say anything.
Yes. And you're like, please don't let there be claps, please.
Exactly.
And
the slightest little noise of you're like, what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just praying that no one says anything, and and that's when your fingers really start to shake, like you say.
And there was a sea of yellow around your table. Could you see that in your peripheral?
I could sense people around me, so I knew I was doing well.
Yes.
So, but you also know that if they're a couple of people neck to neck, there'll also be that going on somewhere else. So it still doesn't mean that you've got it. And my goal today was to get a trophy, to get a place.
Yeah.
So
tick. 2 trophies.
I know.
First place in teams.
I know.
First place in solo.
Fire.
Yeah, you are. It's your year.
Now I've just got to keep it up till nationals.
Yeah, you got your ticket now.
And
That's my speed puzzle.
Oh wow. Okay, so we've just gotten on my speed puzzling, this puzzle, the fastest recorded time on my speed puzzling is from a girl named Maya in Germany who's done this in 45 minutes, 40 seconds. And Sarah, you beat that time. So you are not only just the fastest in this room, but the fastest recorded time on my speed puzzling for this puzzle.
Wow. That is a little
by
bit
how many
exciting.
minutes? 3? 3 minutes.
Oh,
That's massive.
that is massive.
And there's big players here.
There
We've
are.
got Victor.
They must have been having
Poland.
off days.
No, it is a hard puzzle and you smashed it. This is like, don't let the pretty colors fool you.
Oh, yeah, it is tricky. Yeah,
There's
a lot
tricky.
going on. But,
well
it's funny, isn't it? And
done.
I've always said this, that it doesn't matter. You've got so many people on a very similar level playing field, but when the puzzle comes out, it's going to be one of those people's favourite or their specialty, and that's the person that jags it that day. So
yeah, I have a bit of a mind frame activity that I do when I'm in a competition. Every time I open a bag, it doesn't matter what the puzzle is, I say to myself, oh yeah, I got this.
yeah, that's awesome.
And it just, even if it's the worst puzzle I've ever seen in my life,
Yep, you got it.
yes, I've got this.
Yep.
And you enter into that puzzle with that mindset, even if it's, all fur or all sky, whatever it is, like whatever your nightmare is, just say, oh yeah, I got this. Because I bet you if you're sitting next to somebody who opens it and goes, oh no, this is awful, they're going into it with that mindset.
Yep.
Even if you've got the same opinion.
It's so true, the power of positive thinking.
It is.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
That's why I have I can do it. I can do it. And that's when my puzzle partner and I, we can do it.
I love that. So that's going through your head.
Yeah, totally.
Oh. Do you listen to music?
No, and I tried training. I tried a little bit, And I just wasn't sure if it's distracting me or benefiting. So I just went, no, I like knowing what's going on around me.
Mhm.
I like being aware of the surroundings. So
Yeah.
I've not gone with that.
Okay. Well, it works.
Yeah. I talk to the pieces,
Okay. Yeah.
which drives people that are puzzled with nuts.
Like verbal, like out
Yeah, I'm
loud.
like, right, and you go there and you go, and where do you go? And like, I mutter it to myself.
Yeah.
And I think all those little things just, keep you
So Leonie,
focused.
is this
and-
our third place now?
Oh,
Leonie.
yay, Leonie! So Leonie came first last year, so she'll be very happy. She was really hoping for a place as well.
Yeah.
I watch her hands and I feel like she's going so slow by the way her hands are moving, but she's obviously not. Like, she's
Yeah,
incredible.
It's
It's so
control
deceiving.
and I guess thoughtfulness. And I
Yeah.
see it too, like a Kristen too from Norway. She's classic. If you watch her and she's very slow but very deliberate. She gets it
Yeah.
right the first time.
Yeah, which is the key, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That not the panic
Yeah.
flipping and
Where
turning.
does that go?
Yeah.
Try there,
Picking up
there, there.
pieces and yeah, it's just very calm, very deliberate. Something that I'm trying to channel at the moment is
Oh,
oh no,
I was going to say, this is Emma. So Emma's been state champion twice, I think.
oh, here we go. 2023 first place. Do you reckon she's done it twice?
Thought she was for 24 as well.
Got it here. So Leonie,
No, that's last year. So 23 and 22 then maybe. I thought she'd done it twice. Interestingly, and she's done it differently today, she's someone who puzzles out of a box normally and wins. And I'm like,
wow.
you drive me nuts. That's
Yeah.
that's insane. But it looks like today she's tried a different tactic. She's been away as well, so she hasn't been practicing much. So she's still doing really, really well. I'm loving watching, like in WA, we're getting faster and faster puzzlers. So and puzzlers that want to come to nationals to represent WA, because we haven't had huge representation because it's such a long way for us all to go, and so expensive. So really exciting
Yeah.
that some of our strong puzzlers are
Coming through.
yeah.
And do you think having, because you run social puzzling events here,
Yeah.
don't you? Do
Yeah,
you
and
think
little
having
comps.
those extra events really helps foster that community and
I
that
think,
love for
yeah,
puzzling?
and we're getting more little community groups in Perth, and they're being very well received. Yeah,
Oh,
and I think that's
fourth
it.
place.
Yay! Oh, that's Karen.
Well done.
Should be happy with that. Yeah, I think the community, the puzzle community, is we're all friends. You know what it is all over the world.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that really developing in WA more
Yeah.
and more.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we can see it because even like we had a massive wait list today. The event
Yeah.
sold out so quick. Like we can
And that's exciting because I don't think individuals hasn't sold out before in WA. So
Yeah.
that's really exciting
Yeah.
that the demand is great.
absolutely.
And I know not too many people were put off from last year because last year with the Christmas tree there were some very
Yeah.
demoralized
Yeah. Yeah.
puzzlers in the room. It was a bit brutal.
It was a tough year. Sweet Shop and what
Yeah.
was the Christmas New
The
York
Christmas,
one?
the Rockefeller Christmas.
Rockefeller Christmas.
Which a lot of the puzzlers, for the individual, that found that really tough
Both
going.
of them are quite tough. And
Yeah,
similarly, oh, well done, Zara.
yeah,
Well done. Yeah, similar style with the busyness.
yeah,
You know, the kind of muddled colours.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So do you prefer busy or more
No.
block colour landscapes?
Yeah, and I always go back to what growing up. I had my couple of maybe 4 puzzles
Yeah.
that I redid over and over again, and they were all secondhand with missing pieces that were given to me, and they were like scenic
Yep.
with the snow-capped mountains and shrubbery, and I still love
Yeah.
that kind of puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm exactly the same as you.
Yeah,
Give me a landscape any
yeah,
day.
yeah. I'm happy with sky.
Yeah.
I love doing mountains. But yeah, busy. I'm thinking of a few like that school. Was it school days or
Oh, yeah, student days.
Student days. Like, that just not
Yeah.
enjoyable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'll do them. I'll puzzle anything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
And that's
well,
what you have to do if you want to
that's
want to
it.
get
Yeah,
good.
because you never know what you're gonna get. you
puzzle
know?
all the most awful puzzles you can find.
That's right. And that's usually when you're training, you're not doing the puzzles you love.
Yeah.
Are you? You're doing you're trying to work
Yeah.
on those weaknesses.
Yeah.
To strengthen them. So you usually are drawn to when you're doing puzzles that you might never buy or pick out
Yeah.
to do
yeah,
them for fun.
Yeah.
Um,
But
so
they're the
it is-
ones.
yeah, it is like
And
training.
that's my other mantra. This is making me a better puzzler. This is making me a better puzzler.
I love your chant. Maybe I should harness that
Yeah.
because but I listen to music, so I can
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I can record myself on repeat if you like, and you can listen to
yeah.
what Sarah
Maybe
said. Getting too loud. There's a lot of puzzlers still in the room.
that's great. You could even, if you did have headphones on, just like have your mantra
Yeah.
going the whole time.
I think it would do my head in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'm the same as you. Growing up, I had this tiger. It was a Ravensburg 1,000 piece, and it was 3 tigers. So I actually do
That's
like
hard.
fur a lot.
Yeah.
And it's pretty. It's such an old puzzle. I must have done it 1,000 times growing up because I only owned, I think, 2.
Yep. So
And
you
I would just
keep on doing 'em.
alternate. And it got to the point where the desk in my room where I did them, I could pick up any piece from the box and know on my desk
How awesome
exactly
is
where it went.
that?
And I still have that puzzle now as an adult. And the pieces are so worn because I've done it that many times. They're all fraying and bending. And a friend of mine found a new one at an op shop, or a fairly new one. I don't know if it's a shop or an op shop. And she goes, "Oh, Mel, this is the same one you had growing up. Do you want me to buy it for you? Because, yours is all matted
Oh
and torn."
no.
No, and I said, "Do you know, no, because it's so nostalgic
Yeah.
and it means so much. Like I get
All those years and hours of
exactly, and that's why that puzzle means something. It's
Yeah.
not the image. It's
Yeah.
because when I pull it out, I'm straight back to being a 10-year-old in my room
Yeah,
doing it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And do you like puzzling as a child? Like they were times, those the memories that goes with that. The puzzling
Yeah.
gets you through so many, lonely times and tough times. And
Absolutely.
so all that comes, when you look at that puzzle.
Yes, it all
Yeah.
comes flooding back. Yeah.
Or Monica,
Yeah.
she's a fast puzzler too.
We've got a few coming up on the edges.
Monica and her daughter Alina, she's only about maybe 9, and they come to our social competitions up the
Okay,
hill,
yeah.
and they're a dynamic team. Like they, Alina, don't underestimate her by her size and her age. Like she's fast puzzler and. Yeah, puts all the adults to shame.
Yeah,
They will, and we have prizes of a bottle of wine and a wine glass trophy. And it's like, okay, maybe we need juice.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, now that there's school divisions, I think we'll see a lot of young
Yeah,
people coming up because they're getting more practice than we would
Yeah.
ever get at their age.
yeah,
So by the
exactly.
time they're entering, well, I mean, I don't know what our age cap is for our competition.
They can enter at any
Yeah,
point,
okay.
but they perhaps just haven't been aware of it.
Yeah.
So you're right, though, is if
Yeah.
they're practicing through school so much, and then
Yeah.
they come to our
Yeah.
comps, they'll
Yeah.
be way more advanced than we ever were.
Absolutely. And I know in other countries they do have school, they have like children competitions. So
Yeah.
like ages up to I think 12 or 16. And then they've got the adult division national championship.
Yeah.
So a children division and an adult division. And the talent that comes out
Yeah.
through that. And I just think it's going to be a scary world when they start coming
I
up on the
know. It's
adults.
already like each year when you see the
Yeah.
times improving, and like you say, when people have been training for it, because it's still all so new.
Yes, it is.
So when people have been born into it,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
with tiger mums like me forcing them to practice.
Definitely going to have a few finishes
Yeah.
coming up. So how are you going to celebrate, Sarah?
Oh, I let's just say we're Ubering home tonight. We left the car at home just in case.
As you
and
should.
we've made no official plans, but
Yeah.
we are not expected home anytime soon.
Good, good. Oh, well deserved wine, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Your hard work is paid off. And it's like, I know how much work
Yeah,
goes into it.
yeah,
You
exactly.
can't fluke this stuff. A lot of time goes into it. So
And it's,
Yeah.
that's just the thing as well. I'm like, oh, how long you can dedicate to putting that much time into it.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment.
Yeah. yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't even say hundreds and hundreds of hours that I put in last year because my work is quite flexible.
Yeah.
But so I was luckily able to put in that much time into my puzzling, but it really consumed me.
Yeah.
And immediately after nationals, because after Worlds I was pretty fatigued, but then we had nationals coming up straight afterwards, so I couldn't relax. I couldn't kind of take
Yeah.
a break. Like the second I walked off the floor of the solo division in nationals, I felt this wave of relief.
Yeah.
And exactly what you're feeling, like this. I was so happy with my time and I was so glad with what I got, but I was definitely like, I felt, how long can I keep putting in this many
Yeah.
hours? Like, and and that's partly why I've stepped into your role as event coordinator now, because I feel like I'm just simply not going to put that
Yeah.
many hours into puzzling. And I was and I'm still quick and I'm
Yep,
still
yep.
benefiting from that training, but it's,
But if you want to be at the very, very top, it's hard
You-
work, as with anything competitive.
yeah,
You
you
have to.
can't take your foot off the accelerator,
Yeah.
and it is exhausting.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's wonderful.
Mm,
But yeah, long term.
yeah.
Yep.
But you're lucky. You've got 5 months now before nationals.
No pressure.
No pressure. You can have a little break and get back on the grind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll start prepping. Like you say, I'll have a little rest
Mm.
and then start prepping. And I'm excited because I do know a few really good WA puzzlers are coming to nationals, and so Leonie and I are pairing up, and found another couple of really fast puzzlers that are going to team up with us. So we're really
Okay.
hoping for some
Ones to
make a bit
watch.
of. I mean, will we place? I'm realistic. I know how high the competition is
it's hot.
nationally. Yeah, top 10
Yeah.
would be awesome.
Yeah.
That's how I set myself for nationals. That's the goal.
Yeah.
But who knows? But I just think it's exciting that we're gonna, I think, start to make a mark for WA
Yeah.
at nationals. So
Yeah.
hopefully we're gonna try hard.
Well, you're off to a great start already. I
Yeah.
feel like the rest of the country was watching today and they've got their eye on you.
It's nice. I love watching the live stream when it's on elsewhere, and just seeing
Yeah.
what the puzzle is and who's winning and where
Yeah.
they're at. I heard Katrina doesn't love round puzzles, so she'll be glad she wasn't here for this one.
Yeah. I think she got scarred at Worlds.
Or was it?
Yeah, the first time a round came up for her and for me, I was in her division at Worlds, was that Pokeball. So similar style to this one, the inside out style round. And
Is that bright colours, or is that?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
quite bright
okay.
and very similar. It's got the purpley pink in the middle, goes out to blue. So it's
Yeah.
actually very similar color-wise, but vegetables instead of ice cream.
Yeah.
And she said she walked off that competition floor and gave her puzzle away
Oh,
to the
no.
first person she saw. She never wanted to see it again,
Oh,
ever.
wow.
And she had not done a round since.
Oh, big mistake, Katrina.
And I got the heebie-jeebies this year because I was like, I've not seen a round since Worlds, that division. And I was like, I'm sus. I think it's coming. And then, when it came up in SA, I was like, yeah, I had a feeling,
Yeah.
an inkling. And and it was really funny actually. So in pairs, well done, Felicity. In pairs in SA, I was pairing with Katrina. It was the first time we've ever paired together, and Pokeball came up.
Oh, no.
And so funny because Brian, the organizer, came up to us afterwards and he goes, well done, girls. How'd you find the puzzle? And I said, oh, we've actually done this one at Worlds a few years ago. And Katrina said, I've never done it before.
Oh, no, she's completely wiped it from her memory.
What? It's gone. She goes, I've never done it before. And I was like, yes.
That is hilarious.
I said, we're in the same division. and
It's
she
dead
said,
to her.
it is Like she has suppressed it entirely that she never thought she had done it. And I
Oh,
was like, we were
wow.
in the, no, I was sitting like 2 tables from you. And she was like, no, I've never seen it. I'm like, get to it. And then
That's because you gave it away. You should have kept it.
the penny dropped and she looked at me. She's like,
Oh, I hate this puzzle.
this is the puzzle that made me hate rounds. I was like, yes, this is it. But we came first. So maybe it redeemed. It was
That's
a bit of a
good.
redemption
That's
puzzle
good.
for her. But
Happy
yeah,
again.
yeah. But it is a very different style to the rectangles. And the
Yeah.
other thing about the rounds is so that one is space management. You can see now that the edges are coming together how much space the round takes up.
Yeah.
But the second thing, especially if you start with edges traditionally, that will really throw you on this because there's just not much space left for your pieces. The other thing about the rounds, if you're a shape oriented person,
It's,
the rounds are very different shape
Yeah,
styles. So
yeah. but I like the way the shapes of the round. That to me just, they're so distinctive. You can see exactly where they go.
yeah.
Not all of them, but quite a few, just to make it fit in
Yeah.
to the round shape. They've got odd
They
little,
do have
and you can see straight away the very middle,
yeah, the first like 3 rings probably. They
Yes,
stand out.
yeah. And that, at least that's like, yes, that's a great start.
Yeah. 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 So, but yeah, we'll see. I think I'm sure they've re-entered her training regime now.
Yes.
Now that they've popped up a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, but interesting to see if any more come up this year, because I didn't realize. I was watching, I don't know if you know Xanthi, she, and I can't remember what her YouTube is called, but she does a little YouTube channel, and she was showing all the round circle of colors
Yeah.
Ravensburgers, and I had no idea there were so many.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually quite a lot. So if you were going to try and guess which round you'd get, there's so many out
Yeah.
there to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if rounds will pop up because we don't know what the other brands are.
Oh, they're not all right.
Yeah. So,
So we know
Queensland, New
ACT
South Wales. Yeah, we know ACT is La La Land, but Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland, we don't know
don't
what
know
brand.
at all. Okay.
So
So it could be Ravensburger or could be something completely different.
could be.
But nationals will always be this year will
Yes.
be
Yes. Yeah. So
Ravensburger.
Ravensburger is doing nationals again this year. Those tickets will come online shortly. We just wanted to make sure we got ACT launched and give a bit of space before doing
definitely.
nationals.
That's really exciting about La La Land. We had a La La Land comp here a few years back, and they were just beautiful. And it's
Yeah.
so nice because they only sell 1,000-piece puzzles. So, yeah, it's a real special treat, like the Magnolias, like having a 500. And they're beautiful puzzles. The pictures, the images were just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Except for the border was tricky for people. And exciting to not know what the others are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be
I
something
don't.
we've never had before.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they'll announce little hints
You know
potentially.
what? I've heard about the reasoning behind not telling, and I actually think I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great tactic and complete even playing field.
No one's got any advantage.
No,
No one can go out and buy the brand.
you
to
just
practice.
have to practice puzzling on whatever
That's
you
right. And you know
can.
what? Because at first I was not a fan because I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know
Yeah,
what
because
brand
it's
I'm
not
in.
what we're used to.
We're not used to. And I was like, and I pretty much only own Ravensburgers.
Mm.
But then I was like, I've started doing other brands now. I've done a Schmidt. They're wonderful.
Yeah.
What else have I done? I've done a Clementoni. I've done I've got Magnolias from last year that I've been doing again. Fun
Yeah.
boxes that I've been doing again from they were in the
So opens
Queensland
it- and
state.
yeah, there's
And
some
it's
beautiful, broaden your horizons puzzle-wise. Yeah.
Exactly. Broaden my horizons. I'm now introducing all these other puzzle shapes, puzzle
Yeah.
styles into my
Which
training.
all makes you a stronger puzzler.
It does. It does. Yes.
And that's what, even when we know that it's Ravensburger, for example, I still tell people, do the rubbish, like, the rubbish brands, but those ones that you get from the op shop that really aren't great quality, but still do them, because how easy is it going to be when you get a beautiful quality puzzle?
Yeah.
It will be easier.
Yes. Yep. I've heard that too. So you practice on the lower quality because then exactly that. How easy will a high quality puzzle feel?
Yeah. You're
Practice-
winning from the start.
Yes, yeah. And then you practice on the small puzzles like 100-piece, 200-piece to get your speed up,
And
because that's a sprint,
confidence,
right? That's a
yep.
really, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like how fast can you go on 100-piece and then try and mimic that speed in a
Yeah.
500, and then you do a larger 1,000, or 1,500 to practice stamina,
Yeah.
especially for like nationals where you're doing multiple
Yeah.
events in a day. It's fatiguing.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, exactly that, introducing different puzzles to train different elements, to make you a stronger puzzler overall.
Yeah.
So yeah. Caroline's nearly done.
Oh, she is.
She was third place a couple years
She
ago.
was was it 2 years ago?
It says
And
20.
in teams, pairs last year, she came first.
Okay.
With Leonie.
Yeah.
Hey, good
Well,
on you.
she puzzled with her lanyard on. That would have been.
I know. That was the first thing when you said we were wearing lanyards. I was like, right, remember to take that off.
Yeah.
That would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
She probably got annoyed that she hadn't taken off. This is, oh, I thought that was someone else.
So this lady's sitting in front of us, and from where I'm sitting, I thought she was on the last piece, but she's got behind her box
Yeah,
from our
they're
sitting.
hiding.
Yeah.
She's not far off. Still lots of puzzlers in the room. How are we?
There-
1 hour 80, and we've got two.
Two and
Two and a
a half.
half.
Yeah, so we've got just over an hour to go, hour and 10 minutes ish. And it looks like, when I'm looking around the room, I think most will get there,
Yeah,
which would be fantastic.
it will be. It'll be really nice. Like I say,
Yeah.
after last year, we Keely took some photos of people finishing, and it was so hilarious, just their faces. They were so just worn out and defeated, and yeah, even if they did finish it, they just didn't feel good about themselves. So it'll be lovely to see most people finish and and want to take the puzzle with them.
Yeah. 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 Oh, they didn't want to do that last year.
There were a few on the puzzle swap table.
Yeah. Oh no. I don't think I own. Oh, I do own Sweet Shop. I don't own Rockefeller.
Sweet Shop's beautiful.
It
It's
is.
just busy, like we were saying
Yeah.
before. But it's still, I enjoy that. I preferred, we did that at Nationals. So yeah, you should have it.
Yes, I
Last year
definitely
we did
do.
it at Nationals for individual, and I much prefer to do a busy puzzle like that on my own
Yes.
because it's very hard working with someone else. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of overlap.
This one I think would have been very tricky working with someone because because you are working inside out.
Yeah.
And
So when we did the Poke Bowl as a pair,
yeah, that would have been tricky.
it was tricky. And because Katrina thought she had never done it before, but I had said, like, I was like, oh, it's Poke Bowl. So she was kind of like, she entered this state like, oh, Mel knows it, because she didn't think she did, but she clearly didn't.
Yeah.
And so she goes, I'll just sort for you. Katrina, the national champion's like, I'll just sort for you. I'm like, no, that's
That's not going to happen.
That's not useful. Like, you're the fastest puzzler in Australia. I shouldn't be the one building. But anyway, so she built the middle bit, the pink purple. And while she was doing that, there's a few blue flowers around the outside of Pokeball. So I built those. And then once she hit a wall entering that orangey yellow, she was like, okay, I need you to jump in here now. So I did. I jumped over and well done, Laura. So yeah, I jumped in and she did sort, but she was building at the same time. So it was actually really helpful at speeding us both up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I've discovered having a sorter from working in teams, and isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
That's like the best invention ever.
Yeah.
Having someone just throwing pieces at you
Yeah.
and you just build away. Because I'm not a sorter. I'm not a sorter even for my own puzzles. I'll grab just one section at a time if possible, but it's a whole nother ball game when you've got someone giving you pieces.
Especially, so did that person volunteer to be a sorter?
For teams this year, we sort of did it on strategy as to the stronger players would start
Building
building
earlier?
first. Yeah.
Yep.
But happy to. Yeah, she was happy to do it.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's hard to sort. I did it at Nationals last year because my team were all Victorian except for myself, so they'd been able to practice together. So I said, well, I'm kind of the weakest link. Plus, I was hosting and running
Oh,
the
yeah.
show, and so I was pretty tired. So I was
Yeah.
like, it's probably best if I sort,
Yeah.
and discovered that I'm really rubbish at it.
I'm a terrible sorter too.
Yeah.
I'm pairing with Rhea at the moment, Rhianna Erickson, and she sorts. So even when she's puzzling solo, she'll do a full sort for herself. That's her natural. That's her preferred style. I don't. I
Yeah.
sort as I go, or I just
Yeah.
grab pieces as I go, but I don't do a sort from the beginning. So naturally, as a pair, like she kind of fits that. But whenever I'm sorting, she's like, "What is this? You've put the blue water with the blue sky," and I'm like,
It's
"Well,
blue."
it's blue. It's all blue." And she's like, "Melissa," but like that's what I'm not. But she can see detail, so she'll be
Yeah.
like the blue butterfly, the blue bike, and the blue sky, and they'll all be in different piles, and I'll just
Yeah.
see blue.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's
all
a
green.
whole nother skill.
It is.
It's a really good and really important skill, but
Yeah.
I think it's something I could work on.
Yeah. And I think that's where like introducing like color and texture.
Yeah,
It's not just color, but it's texture as
Yeah,
well. So
yeah.
the blue butterfly is going to be a different texture
yeah,
to a sky or a water.
yeah, yeah.
Whereas your initial, when you're looking at a sea of pieces and you're just like blue, 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 blue. But yeah.
But it's also hard if you're not used to sorting and you're used to just building. It's really frustrating because your job is to sort and prepare things for other people, but you can see that could be built, and you just want to get in there and
Yes.
build.
You do. And I find it even as a solo flipping in competitions specifically. At home, I'm fine with flipping for 3 minutes or whatever, but in a comp, I'm like, I just want to build. And I just
I
want
want
to
to get on
there.
with it. This is
Yeah.
wasting my time.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. I'm like towards the end of flipping, I was like, I'm really bored with this bit now.
Yeah. It's like you almost need to stop, build something tiny, and then come back to to what you're doing.
just to give you that
yourself
little
a little
boost.
something. Yeah.
It's a reward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Treats.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And have you got a lot of family here today, Sarah?
My mum and dad are here, and my sister, and they're all
Nice.
like volunteering.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yeah. We live about 50 minutes from here, so my kids are sick at home.
Okay.
So I was like, no, don't come out in
maybe
this
they're
weather.
watching the live stream.
Maybe. They'll be excited. They do like a trophy, and I haven't had a medal ever in my whole life. So I've
Okay.
now got my first medal today.
Wow. I never did until I was puzzling. I wasn't sporty growing up, and I didn't win academic
Yeah.
accolades. So
Yeah, it's just amazing to get this as an adult, isn't it?
it is. And
Yeah.
it just makes you feel like I'm like, this is my scene. This
Yeah.
is my people.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so. It means I think so much more waiting so long for it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And it's like, hey, I'm actually really good at this. Always have been, but it's not been something that's been recognised.
No, it's never been measured before.
Yeah.
Like people, I'm sure you experience this too. When people see you puzzling maybe at home or whatever, they're like, wow, you're really fast. But
Yeah.
there was never any way to
Yeah.
compare, because it's such a solitary activity when
Yep.
you're doing it at home. And yeah, these competitions have just brought out such a beautiful community and
Yeah.
a way to share that. And, and what I also love is puzzling has always been very enjoyable, but now I have a reason to improve, and I can now do it to get better at it. Whereas
Yeah.
when you're puzzling for leisure or for relaxation, there's no reason to improve.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've loved exploring this world to keep getting better and learning more about
Yeah.
puzzling.
That's it. It gives you that drive.
Yeah.
And also it's that it's brought that sense of that community, like you touched on before. The people that it's brought together, it's just beautiful. Like the
It's so wholesome.
friendships,
Yeah.
like right up to a world level, and everyone's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's everyone celebrates everyone, and
Yeah. There was a quote at the live stream for Worlds. I think it might have been by Val, who's the president
Yeah.
of the USA Association. She made a comment saying, "It is the most wholesome sport on the planet."
I agree.
Yeah. And it really resonated with me, and that stayed with me to be like, because that's what everyone says when I tell them, "Oh, I must be a puzzler and do competitions." Like, that is so wholesome. And it's a perfect word to describe,
Yeah.
because you're right. It's not like even though it's a competition, we're all, we're all competing against each other, but everyone is so happy for one
Yeah.
another, and
Yeah.
you know,
And you want each other to do
you
well.
do, yeah,
And you, yeah.
yeah. And Lou and I were exploring like how the scene is changing a little bit now, whereas 2 years ago, like people were, even if they were very fast, they might have been more protective over how they got quick. Whereas now, like,
Share the love.
it's share the love, and it's there's more people on YouTube exploring different ways of speed puzzling. There's more social media channels out there. And there's just more willingness to be like, oh, here's a few tips that might help you improve. And, walking around the arena today, I've overheard conversations literally doing that. Like,
Yeah.
oh, lift the cameras and make you nervous, do this instead. And like,
Yeah.
it's just so beautiful that's that's the energy
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
brought about.
Just
Yeah.
kind people.
Yeah.
That's what when we very, very first started volunteering for AJPA, and if something wasn't working or going well at registration or at memberships, and we were all getting in a fluster, and everybody comes on, that's okay, I'll wait, I'll come back later. All the puzzlers are such calm, nice
Yeah,
people,
they are.
and it's like, oh yeah. Whereas if that happens elsewhere, there's a lot of anger in the world,
Yeah,
and
there is.
and everyone's in a hurry, and everyone's self-important, but you just don't get any of that
No.
in this room.
No,
Yeah, it's beautiful.
it is indeed.
Partner might be coming close to finishing.
It does look
She did
like
her
it.
very first under an hour puzzle recently.
Oh, wow.
And so she was really excited about that.
Yeah, that's a milestone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lou and I were talking about that. We're puzzling, like it's not just about winning, but it's about just breaking through those
Yeah.
milestones. So it's just like
And
first-
more and more you have to do that, because as you get bigger events, more people are coming. You're going to get faster puzzlers, and so it's all about that. Yeah, your personal best is what it becomes more
yeah.
than
Yeah.
like
Yes.
or having goals like, oh, I want to be in top 10, or
Yeah.
I want to beat my ranking from last year, I want to beat my time from last year.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
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 I
That's
want to
right.
finish for a lot of people in the room as well.
Yes,
It's like
it's just I
we
wanna
just I just
finish.
want to finish it. I want to complete it within the time limit. That's the thing. It's celebrated.
That's right. It is. And it's like, and we've all been there. Like no
Yeah.
one walks into their first comp, or, hardly anyone walks in and takes out first, and everyone's worked their way up to get
Yeah.
to that point.
Yeah.
So you're right. It is celebrated, and yeah. Yeah, it's very beautiful to see. I love hearing about people breaking through those milestones.
Yeah.
Just taking a moment to look around the
Yeah,
room
same.
and take it all in. So Caroline Angel, so she came third in 2023. She's nearly done. All those pieces left look the same.
Yeah. Yeah. There's just little differences. There's these I think they're flowers, dark blue flowers
Okay.
around
Oh,
the
yeah.
edge.
Yeah.
And some have a little orange center. I think they might all. It's a blur already.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the edge pieces, there's little bits of those dark blue, so that helps to. But after that, it's a bit trickier.
Yeah.
Once those bits are in, it's like, now what?
It looks like that's what she's got left is,
Yeah.
yeah. Would you just go by shape at this point?
Yeah. And well, there's just little details
Yeah,
on
okay.
the blue. There are on some of them, but then some of them are quite obvious shapes.
Oh, I think your
Oh, she's
pairs
done
partner
it.
done.
Yay.
Yeah. And you guys have matching outfits
We
today?
do like to
Yeah.
we like to dress up.
I love it. I
We thought we'd
love it.
add the rainbow tights today as well.
Yep, and you got your pink boots.
Yeah. I know. I was like, oh, maybe it's a bit much, but I've been assured it's not.
It's not, no, you're in the right spot for it.
That's what I told a few people. It's like my theory is that when it comes to puzzle outfits, you can't clash enough. Where else do you get to just go full out
Just be
colour
free,
and mix
yeah.
and mash and just
Maybe I'll take some inspo from you. Maybe I'll wear like a tutu at my
yeah, come
next
on,
comp.
come on. Got to remember it is meant to be fun as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. I'm just like, because a lot of the comps take place in the colder months. I
Yeah.
just default to t-shirt and jeans. But you're
Yeah.
right. I
You can
should
add
probably,
something to your
yeah, I need
jeans,
some
come
rainbow
on.
ties.
Yeah, and then it inspires other people
Yeah.
to go a bit crazy.
Yeah. All right. I'm
I mean,
challenged.
we had cows today, for
We
goodness sake.
did. We had I'm sure they'll pop up in our socials if they haven't already. I actually
The Master's Mill. I don't think you have Master's Mill. I think it's a WA thing.
Yeah, I don't.
So
Yeah, we don't.
it's a brand of flavoured milks, and they were the
Right.
chocolate, the strawberry, and maybe the plain. I can't remember what colour the other
Yeah,
one was.
okay. I don't know. They're 3 or 4?
There were 3
Okay.
today.
Oh my gosh. I
Yeah.
saw them. And then I saw their costumes in a bag, like in the bags on the side of the room.
Like,
And I was
what's
like,
going on?
what's in these giant black bags? And I realized they were the cow costumes.
I told them that they had to puzzle in them, but they weren't very happy about that.
I was very impressed because we had a team dressed as Wizard of Oz.
Did they puzzle in it?
They puzzled in it.
Because I told them they had to as well, but I was joking.
They did. They did. They had the big, like, there was the scarecrow with the straw
Yeah.
arms and the straw
Well, I don't know
hat.
how she managed with all that on.
And there was
The Tin Man.
the Tin Man, and you know, and they had like big sleeves on and stuff. And then I was looking at little Dorothy, and I was like, oh, she's practical.
Yeah,
She's got her hair
exactly.
braided.
She'll be right.
She doesn't have sleeves. She's good. She's got this.
They're fun. They get into their dress ups.
As they should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I love seeing teams get creative and do something awesome. Oh, so just under the hour to go now. Yeah, I think most will finish because everyone who's popping up, and I know they prioritize people who are almost done. But even just scanning the
Coming
room.
to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to jump off and keep
I might
celebrating
go
your
and-
win.
I need to go and get a drink of water, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
After running that marathon.
Come on, that was a sprint. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Sarah. I
No problem.
appreciate it. And well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. See ya.
No worries. Say commentary, Lexi.
Hey everyone, Jason here. Just wanted to thank you all for tuning in. The man who's normally behind the laptop. Tried a few new things today. Hopefully added to the experience, and there'll be more to come. Thanks again.